welcome you and express our gratitude for participating in this panel. I think we will have an interesting panel, and also I would like to start with our keynote, Ben Green. So the title of the keynote speech will be "The Smart Enough City." This is the name, the topic of the book of the Ben Green, who is the PhD candidate in applied math at Harvard, and also pursuing a secondary field in science, technology, and society. He is an affiliate at Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard and a research fellow at the IE Now Institute at NYU. Ben studies the social and policy impact of data science with a focus on algorithmic fairness, municipal governments, and the criminal justice system. His book, The Smart Enough City, Putting Technology in its Place to Reclaim Our Urban Future, was published in 2019 by MIT Press. Ben's research draws on his experience working with data and technology in city government. He spent a year working for the citywide analytics team in the city of Boston, where he combined data and performance analysis to improve public services and civil engagement. Also, Ben worked at the University of Chicago Data Science for Social Good Summer Fellowship, where he developed a machine learning system to enhance the city of Memphis urban revitalization efforts. He also spent a year at the New Haven Department of Transportation, Traffic and Parking, where he managed the deployment of new parking meter payment technology. Ben completed his undergraduate degree in mathematics and physics at Yale University. I would also like to say thanks to IOTC and Unger Foundation family for sponsoring the keynote and the panel. And before Ben starts, I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions. Please ask them through our chat system, through Q&A, and then we'll read it later, and we will comment these questions during the panel discussion. I would also like that the panelists comment on Ben's presentation after he finishes. So please, Ben, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. I hope you all can hear me. I'm going to share my screen to get some slides going, and then we can jump in. All right, is that coming through? Great. So thank you to Nick and Sasha and everyone for putting this together, inviting me. I'm really excited to get to talk to you all today and to be here virtually to talk to you about my book and to kick off this really interesting panel on smart cities. So the title of the book is The Smart Enough City, and it's really a goal. The goal of the book is to rethink what is the role of technology in cities, what is the role of technology in efforts to improve urban, social, and political life, and how can we move away from what I see as pretty severe flaws in the notions that are centered within smart cities into a different model that is more mindful of the social and political consequences of our actions. So in today's talk, I will walk through three different topics. The first is this idea of technology as the solution to social problems, centered around this idea of smart cities. Second is the limits of technology as a tool for achieving social change, and I'll talk primarily about the idea in my book of tech goggles. And then finally, I'll conclude by bringing in how can we actually use technology well, centered on the central idea of the book of smart enough cities. So to start with this idea of smart cities, I like this definition that is, or I think this definition from Cisco sort of sums up what we're doing when we talk about smart cities. They write, by definition, smart cities are those that integrate information communications technology across 3 or more functional areas. More simply put, a smart city is one that combines traditional infrastructure, roads, buildings, and so on, with technology to enrich the lives of its citizens. So this, when we talk about smart cities, this is typically what people have in mind, this idea of taking technology and integrating it into existing infrastructure, services, operations. So much as in much the same way that we might talk about having a smartphone or a smart house or a smart toaster oven, the smart city is about applying digital technology to urban life and urban infrastructure. And this can take a wide range of forms in terms of what this technology actually looks like. And it can be anything from sensors that are integrated into urban infrastructure, like street poles, self-driving cars, algorithms and data analytics that study incidents and events within the city and attempt to forecast what's going to happen in the future, and various types of apps and online connectivity that connect individuals together with one another, connect people with city governments, and so on. So it's this broad array of technologies that are deployed in sort of different combinations that comprise any particular smart city effort. There's no single technology or application that is the one smart city app, for example. And smart cities really have become this remarkably central idea about the future of cities, where everyone from the Obama White House in the United States to federal governments around the world to massive technology companies are really thinking about smart cities as this central approach to how do we improve urban life? How do we bring cities into the 21st century in a new way? But I want to argue that this vision of smart cities is fundamentally limited, and in particular limited by its notion of technology as the driver for social change. When we look at this type of vision of smart cities, we need to think about, are these technologies actually capable of doing what is promised from them? And even if they were, are these technologies actually being put forward for purposes that are desirable and actually represent the types of future we should be striving to build? And I argue that the answer to both of these questions is no. And that the smart city actually represents at least as conceived in that way that I described earlier, represents an incredibly scary and perilous urban future, and one that we need to be incredibly mindful about avoiding. And thinking very deeply about, when we talk about the role of technology in cities, how can we ensure that we're not just talking about technology, but that we're actually talking about the social and political consequences of using technology and keeping that at the forefront. So I want to talk about what are the limits of this view. And first and foremost, I describe, or I see, a central issue as this idea that I call tech goggles, which represents a particular view of the world sort of seen through the lens of technology, where only problems that are technology problems are recognized, and only solutions that are provided by technology are seen, are actually recognized as possible paths forward. And so looking at the world through tech goggles, there's this, what one perceives tends to be only the technological aspects of a problem, or only those aspects of a problem that are amenable to technological solutions. And these tech goggles perceptions of the world, I think, is grounded in two core myths. The first is that technology drives social change. This idea of technological determinism, that the way that society makes progress is by having new technology and implementing that new technology in the world. And second, that technology provides neutral and objective solutions to social problems. So not only is technology driving social change, but it does so in a manner that is separate from politics and yet provides us with these objective, socially optimal solutions that can be sort of proven through mathematical formulas. And this already we can start to see as an incredibly dangerous idea that technology is the sole driver of social change and that technology is apolitical. In many ways, some of the core motivations around smart cities is this idea that we can move ourselves away from these thorny problems of politics and instead just look at objective ways of improving society. And first and foremost, what this leads to is a very narrow view of what social problems actually are. And so what we can see here is this is a simulation presented from a group of researchers about how with self-driving cars, we could eliminate traffic lights in cities and eliminate congestion. And so this video of a simulation is intended to wow us with the incredible benefits to society that will be possible once we have these new technologies and infrastructures in place. And while at first glance, this might look quite remarkable as a way of getting rid of gridlock in cities, taking a closer look, what we actually see is an incredibly narrow and thinned out version of urban life, where what the only thing that is represented are cars zooming through a downtown intersection, and yet there are no people, there are no cyclists or buses, or really nothing about this that looks like a city at all, as opposed to some type of highway, for example. Yet this image is not meant to represent a highway. It's actually meant to represent a specific intersection in downtown Boston, which I have a picture here that shows actually what that intersection looks like on a typical weekend afternoon. And what you see is that it's not simply about cars zooming through downtown. There are pedestrians, it's not captured here, but there are tons of cyclists. There are many bus lines that go through this particular intersection. And so what we have through tech goggles is this narrow vision of a particular aspect of urban transportation, which is vehicle, automobile mobility. And that turned into an optimization problem. And yet, which then can be solved in this, what seems to be this incredibly promising and exciting way, where we have an optimization of traffic flow that has eliminated congestion. And yet what's missed in this process is that by trying to abstract this problem into one that can be solved by this optimization and approach combined with self-driving cars, we've actually erased from our view all of these aspects of that problem or of that context that are actually incredibly important. And so we could imagine that implementing this type of technology within this intersection would potentially reduce the automobile traffic or automobile congestion within that situation, and yet it would get rid of or crowd out. It would be impossible for pedestrians to cross that street, for example. So what we see from tech goggles is this process that I call distortion, effectively, where we are abstracting away, or we're looking at this complex urban streetscape, and what we begin to see is only how that image looks through the perspective of a computer, how that image or that context can be digitized and optimized. And this image on the right here is a figure from a sort of vision document from a Google affiliated company called Sidewalk Labs about their city of the future in Toronto, which I'll talk about in a moment. So in addition to this problem of distortion and actually missing and failing to capture the full scope of urban context, another key element of smart cities is its central role in reshaping urban power and politics. What's interesting is that the discourse around smart cities often talks about it as this revolutionary new approach that will change urban life and completely reshape urban life. And in many ways, I want to say that that is actually true, but not in the way that those visions or those statements tend to mean. Often, rather than reshaping and reinventing urban life in this way of convenient, optimized cities that work well for everyone, what smart cities are actually reshaping is the underlying power structures and the underlying modes of decision making and control within cities. And I think two dimensions of this are particularly salient, both in general and actually particularly right in this moment today. So the first is surveillance. Almost all of smart cities work by collecting data. It's sort of the lifeblood of smart cities is data, which can allow for algorithms and other technologies to operate more efficiently, is the idea, or in a more informed manner. And yet all of that information requires collecting, or all of that data requires collecting information about people who live in that city, who walk and move around in that city. And so smart cities are this remarkable tool or remarkable move for increasing at a massive scale the data collection in cities. And of particular concern around this is how that data and surveillance connects to law enforcement, both directly and indirectly. On the one hand, much of the technology is one of the key places where surveillance technology in smart cities is implemented is for police, whether for body cameras or technologies like ShotSpotter, or other types of technologies that are about tracking people's movements, understanding where they're going. And yet, even beyond that, even technologies that are implemented for example, traffic management, often end up in the hands of police because law enforcement is so is very eager to get its hands on any types of data that it can. And so even just one example is that in the city of San Diego in California, they implemented a large project with so-called smart streetlights to improve traffic efficiency. After about 3 years, that data had never once been used in any meaningful way for traffic efficiency, and yet it had become a source of information for the local police department, which in its efforts to solve cases. So particularly in this moment in the United States that we're having, where there are massive protests against police brutality, against police discrimination, and in very important conversations about defunding and limiting the role of police departments, what we see in smart cities is technology that is actually having the opposite effect. That is expanding the reach of law enforcement and the ability of police to surveil and control people's lives, but in a new way that is perhaps less directly obvious and salient, but no less important for how it empowers them. The second major dimension here is privatization, where most of smart city technologies are developed by private companies and then sold to city governments. And so the smart cities are really building out or calling for lots of new public-private partnerships with massive technology companies that in many ways have more power and certainly more money than the city agencies and governments that they're working with and partnering with. One notable example of this is Sidewalk Labs, which is as I mentioned earlier, a sort of Google affiliated or an Alphabet subsidiary, so a sister company to Google, that about 2 years ago started a large project in Toronto, where Toronto was looking for someone to help redevelop its waterfront, a particular waterfront parcel in the city, and Sidewalk Labs was chosen to help rebuild that neighborhood. Yet this project was doomed from the start. Sidewalk Labs' vision had always been to build a neighborhood, I think they said, from the internet up. So their vision was very much this techno-centric idea that if you could just have a city with digital infrastructure baked into its core, that city would be far better and improved compared to any other cities that we have based on our old and outdated infrastructure. Yet, so Sidewalk Labs was coming in and was given incredible authority to not just put up, for example, sensors that would collect incredible amounts of data about the public, but actually to make central decisions about how this neighborhood would be developed, how it would be governed. And so what became clear was that this conversation, the concern about this project was not just about privacy, even though that was incredibly salient, but also was about democratic control, about who actually had the authority to make decisions about how a neighborhood of a city would be developed. And what we saw was Sidewalk Labs essentially attempting to come in and gain more and more control over that decision making, and yet as a private company would be completely unaccountable to the public, would not be subject to all of the types of laws and mechanisms that public agencies are subject to, that hold them in some ways, although imperfect, to the public. Fortunately, about a month or two ago, Sidewalk Labs pulled out of Toronto in response to large amounts of organizing. In particular, a group in Toronto called Block Sidewalk, a group of citizens that came together to organize residents in Toronto against this project and against these elements of the project. But I think it was really a bellwether for what are future projects around smart cities going to look like, but also what are the modes of public response? How can the public actually push back and shift the terrain of what is the future of smart cities? And I think that's an incredibly important, and I'll come back to that in a bit. And so finally, where this leads us is that technology often plays a role of obstructing more systemic reforms. In this idea of optimization of existing systems, the smart city tends to prevent us from even conceiving of and pursuing more systemic types of reforms. I think the example of transit is particularly powerful here, given the simulation that I showed earlier, where rather than having conversations about how do we reimagine our urban transportation system to move away from individual people in automobiles, a model that particularly in the United States has not only not served us well, but has been pretty disastrous to many cities and economies, and in particular the environment. And so instead of moving towards a very different model of urban development, a different model of public transportation, the smart visions of smart cities simply shift us towards how do we optimize this existing traffic we already have. And that can be incredibly dangerous and incredibly limiting when there are indeed massive challenges that cities need to be faced, cities need to address, but often those need to be addressed not by optimizing existing systems, but by restructuring the systems which are in many ways what got us to these problems in the first place. So given all of that, I want to turn to thinking about what is the role of technology, what can the role of technology be in urban life? And here I'll bring in sort of the central motif or idea in my book, which is smart enough cities, where rather than a smart city where the idea is to have technology, and really it centers technology as the solution. The way to be a smarter city is really to have more technology, if smart means the role of digital technology in infrastructure and life. So this idea of smart enough really shifts us to thinking of technology as an end in itself to a means towards achieving other ends, where we can only be smart, we cannot be smart in the abstract, we can only be smart enough to achieve other types of goals. And the book is really centered on ideas of justice and livability and equity and democracy. And so how can we use technology in service of those goals rather than thinking about technology on its own under this idea of smart cities? And so as a counter to tech goggles, I want to introduce this idea of technological agnosticism, which I've written about in more recent work. So I describe this as agnosticism entails approaching algorithms instrumentally, recognizing them as just one type of intervention, one that cannot provide the solution to every problem. In other words, an agnostic approach prioritizes the social impacts of reform regardless of the role played by algorithms or other technology. It is agnostic to the means, but not to the ends. And so this embodies very much this idea of the smart enough city, where rather than thinking about technology and how to use it, the formulation process is reversed. It's really about, we have to start with what are the problems that we want to solve? What are the outcomes that we want to achieve? And what are the mechanisms that we can put in place to help us achieve those outcomes or move us in the direction of those outcomes? But without, and then the question becomes, what are those mechanisms? And while technology certainly can be one, we need to move away from a mode of prioritizing technology as something that needs to be the solution or needs to be involved. So what I would say is that, what somewhat paradoxically, I think the most effective way to use technology in service of social goals is to actually be agnostic about whether or not we use technology, and to have a rigorous theory of how whatever mechanism we want to pursue is the appropriate tool for getting towards the social outcomes that we want. Because so often, because tech goggles, what it does is it prompts us to think about the technology and assume that there has to be a role for technology. And while there often is, and technology does have very exciting roles to play, we have to put first this idea of how are we going to get to better social outcomes, and really be confident that technology is actually the right tool for that. And so that's why I center this idea of agnosticism. So I'll talk about a few different principles that I think are important for you for pursuing this approach towards smart enough cities, and I'll talk about a couple of brief stories that embody that. So a set of 3 principles that sort of together capture this idea of technological agnosticism. First is addressing complex problems rather than solving artificially simple ones. This sort of goes back to the simulation of the cars that we saw, where there was the problem there was that it was an effort to solve a problem, but they had made that problem sort of artificially simple and abstract, such that it could be solved. And rather, we need to think about the full complexity of social issues and find ways to address them without expecting there to be some perfect solution. Number 2 is implementing technology to address social needs and advance policy, putting the social and political goals first over technology. And third, prioritizing innovative policy and program reforms above innovative technology. Similarly, thinking about innovation not just as having some new technology, but innovation in our policies, innovation in public services, innovation in all sorts of dimensions that don't necessarily have to involve technology. One sort of heuristic that I use for this is what I call a limited tech test, to say, if there's some program involving technology that is seen as innovative, an important question to ask is, would this still be considered an innovative program if the same outcomes could be achieved without technology? And I think that can be one way of disentangling this idea of, is the technology providing a sort of superficial air of innovation, or is the technology actually helping to enable better programs and policies? So one brief story that I'll talk about this is a project that I worked on when I was working as a data scientist for the city of Boston with with Boston EMS, Emergency Medical Services. And the project that I was brought in to work on was an issue of response times. How could we ensure that ambulances in the city of Boston were able to respond to incidents as quickly as possible? And so this was very much framed as a problem of efficiency. How could we use data to more efficiently help ambulances respond to incidents? But rather than simply starting with looking at a bunch of data, setting up an algorithm, and creating some complicated new technological system for optimizing ambulance placement and dispatch across the city, I began really by trying to understand the context of this problem, working with the staff and heads of this department spending time actually in an ambulance to understand what the day-to-day work looks like, and a variety of different modes of research to understand what was going on. And what became clear was that this problem was not actually a problem of inefficiency, but instead was a problem of existing services being ill-equipped to handle the types of needs that people in the city of Boston were facing. What became clear was that many of the calls that Boston EMS was receiving were not for critical medical issues such as a heart attack or a broken bone, but instead were for people who were in Boston who were suffering from homelessness, mental illness, and drug addiction. And what they needed was not an ambulance and a trip to a hospital, which is what this service was typically able to provide. What they needed instead was access to counseling and social services. And so there was a disconnect here. And so what we were able to do was to actually use this data to inform a change in policy, to inform the creation of a new unit within Boston EMS that was specially trained to respond to these incidents and would be the first responders to these incidents and be actually better equipped to provide the types of care that was needed. And so there was this important shift that rather than approaching this through tech goggles and only focusing on what could seem like a pure efficiency problem, by approaching this more focused on what is the context and what do we need technology at all, not necessarily assuming that there needs to be a sophisticated technological solution, we were able to bring the data together with an important policy change to actually improve the quality of service and the quality of care that we were able to provide to some of the most vulnerable people in Boston. The last two principles that I want to talk about are a little bit broader. Number 4 is ensuring that technology's design and implementation promote democratic values. And number 5 is develop capacities and processes for using data within municipal departments. And given the time, I'm just going to focus on number 4 here, which, as we've seen, as I described in particular when talking about surveillance and talking about privatization, some of the greatest shifts in urban power and politics that are coming from technology are going to be in terms of who actually is in control of that technology, who gets to use that tech, who gets to make decisions about technology, and who gets to use technology in ways that involve incredibly powerful and impactful decisions about others. And what we're seeing today is that in some ways the most important democratic discussions about technology are actually somewhat paradoxically about limiting the overreach of technology in smart cities. That because so much of this technology is controlled and designed in quite undemocratic ways with very little ability for the public to have input into what governments or massive technology companies are doing, massive pushes are really about, and organizing in cities is really about limiting the overreach of technology. As just one example, many cities are, in the United States at least, are working on providing public oversight mechanisms of surveillance technology, and most notably in this moment is bans of any government use of facial recognition. Just yesterday, my hometown of Boston, Massachusetts, banned any government use of facial recognition technology. And so when we think about the role of democracy and technology, it sort of shows the extent of overreach and issues with how the technology has been pursued up to this point, that the primary modes of democratic organizing right now are actually about limiting and curbing, and in some cases banning that technology. So to quickly conclude, I hope I've convinced you that the smart city represents a particular narrow and misguided view of what we should be pursuing about urban life. Yet by thinking about smart enough cities and technological agnosticism, we can begin to integrate technology and other forms of social change and policy innovation to pursue genuinely more democratic and egalitarian cities into the future. Thank you.
Ben, thank you so much for a great presentation. What I suggest is now that I introduce the audience with the other members of the panel. So I would like to start with Nicolas Zingale from Maxine Goodman Levin College of Urban Affairs, Cleveland State University. He's also visiting professor of computer science and engineering at Case Western Reserve University, as well as public sector liaison, Internet of Things Collaborative, as well as director of Institute of Applied Phenomenology in Science and Technology. Nicolas will have a title on collaborations and the essential role of boundary spanners. Also, we have a pleasure to have Dorothy Bana, Chief Executive of Digital C, and Dorothy will talk about connecting the unconnected and the technology challenges for online learning with public education. Also, Kenneth Loparo, Arthur L. Parker Professor, and also Faculty Director of the Institute for Smart, Secure, and Connected Systems, Co-Academic Director of the IoT Collaborative, Department of Electrical, Computer and Systems Engineering of Case Western Reserve University. Kenneth will talk about harnessing public data for COVID-19 community-level risk assessment. And we have Brian Way, Professor Alan Miles and Judge Betty Willis-Rubin, Professor of Law, Director of the Center for Cybersecurity and Privacy Protection, Cleveland Marshall College of Law, Cybersecurity Liaison, IoT Collaborative. Brian will talk about smart cities, surveillance, and COVID-19. What I would like to suggest that besides discussing about your topics for about 10 minutes, I would like that you comment also on Ben's presentation. So I suggest that we start with Nicolas. Please.
Okay, thank you, Sasha, and thanks everybody for this a really great panel. And I hope the audience has the time to listen to the entire presentation of what it is that we're trying to do, because the panel was put together with strategic intention to bring in multiple points of view from multiple disciplines, which is part of what I'm going to talk about. For those of you that just had the opportunity to hear Ben Green talk about his book, The Smart Enough City, you realize that what he offers out of his book is a compelling way for us to begin to think differently, think from a different contextual basis about what it is that we mean by smart and technology within cities. What I'm going to talk about is an approach that could be used to try and get after what we refer to in the Cleveland area as smart and sensible cities, but it aligns very well with what Ben has been talking about, which is the smart enough cities. The context being, how do we put technology in service of greater goals of what we're trying to achieve within our cities, and what might be some mechanisms to be able to do that. The mechanism that I'm going to be talking about is something that I've referred to as transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaborations. So let me say that again, transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaborations. The abbreviation for that is, I've been thinking about this, is THC. And when I think about THC, I'm realizing that maybe to participate in transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaborations, we might need THC. But let me talk to you a little bit about what I mean. I tend to agree with Ben in that there is a certain type of seduction with technology within smart cities. And I think this comes from not just smart cities, but it actually comes from technology at large over time. I think technology has always been a part of what we've done and has always shaped the human experience. I mean, think back to, fire or electricity or the wheel. When we begin to think of technology at large, it always shapes the human experience, and therefore it shapes the imaginations of what's possible. Smart cities are just the latest venue for this, from which public sector and public officials can let their imaginations run wild on what they could potentially do with this type of technology. Anything from getting real-time data on bridges to roads to movement of people around areas to where to set up food trucks to who's using what amounts of electricity at any point in time. The idea is that it could possibly make our achieve a goal of effectiveness and efficiency within our cities. And so there's a natural attraction for public officials as well as others to try and imagine new possibilities out of this. So there is this alignment of smart cities with a hopeful future, this idea that we could hope, we can dream about what our future might be like. But at the same time, and been involved with a number of these projects over the past 3 or 4 years, realize that these things are much more difficult to pull off. And we've also realized that what we initially thought we were solving, a problem we initially thought we were solving, may have introduced lots of other types of problems that we didn't necessarily anticipate from the beginning. So how is it that we could be a little bit better or more aware of what these problems might be, or be able to foresee into the future of what they might be? What mechanisms might we be able to use? Well, when you think about smart city projects and you think about the city at large, where we find ourselves right now is between old ways of thinking about the city and potentially new ways of thinking about the city. We're kind of in this transitionary mode of how we experience the city. And this started happening even pre-technology, when we started to see a movement back into some cities, away from the urban and rural areas, away from the suburban and rural areas, back into the urban areas. And we began to see that cities were changing in new ways, and we found ourselves in this transitionary mode. A way to think about this movement of smart cities, I go back to a piece that was written 20 years ago by somebody in a Harvard Business Review. And this particular author, it was a really short article, but it's always stuck with me. It talked about 3 phases of transition. It talked about the ending phase, something called the neutral zone, and then the 3rd phase being a new beginning. The ending phase is this idea where we begin to come to an end of the way we used to do things. So we start to embark on new ways of doing things, new ways of approaching old problems. And because of this, there's a disruptive feel associated with the ending phase. In fact, most of us are uncomfortable with things ending, unless they're painful things, of course. We love to have painful things end, but when we face an ending phase, we often face an identity crisis before we enter into this neutral zone of activity. Where I see most smart city projects residing right now is in this phase between the ending phase and this neutral zone. I don't see a lot of smart city projects that have moved into this new beginning, a new way of doing things, a new reshaping of things. The closest I can really point to is what we're doing right now, that we've all been kind of forced into. Zoom, or these kind of webinar systems that allow us to do these technological meetings, has kind of introduced a new beginning in a hyper mode. And if you think about it, we've all, in a very short period of time, 6 months, we've had to confront this ending phase of how we normally do conferences and meet, into this neutral zone of how are we going to do this? How do I catch up with this technology? What can I use it for? What can I use it for? Into this new beginning, where some of us are beginning to say, hey, in some ways this works and we can make this work. And we're certainly seeing this in the academic environment as well. So keep that context in mind about those transitionary phases. I think they're helpful as I begin to get into what it is that I'm talking about. Now, over these projects that we've been involved with in the Cleveland area in particular, and smart city projects, one of the things I realized is that as we begin to move through a tech lens, or what Ben referred to as tech goggles, a form of technological determinism in some ways, sometimes what occurs is we make a mistake because we don't ask the right questions of what it is that we're trying to solve. The questions become rather simplistic, such as, how do we solve this parking thing? How can we move the people around the city a little bit better, rather than asking large questions like, what do we want our city to look and feel like? What might this mean for humanity and the future of humanity? And who's going to be helped and whom potentially might be harmed for this? Getting after these big questions sometimes means that we have to bring in multiple perspectives. And bringing in multiple perspectives can be disrupted in and of itself. These multiple perspectives we've traditionally done through multidisciplinary type of approaches or interdisciplinary type of approaches. And what I'm proposing is more of a transdisciplinary type of an approach. The transdisciplinary type of approach is a form of approach in which we reshape what it is that we're trying to achieve with the collaboration. So traditional collaboration and the collaboration literature that's been around for a while falls into a category of what I refer to as utilitarian collaboration. You get involved with me and I get involved with you, and we bring somebody else in and somebody else in. The idea is that we may be all working on something in common, but we never really leave our own self-interests of what we're trying to achieve with the collaboration. We stay involved with the collaboration as long as we can see through the collaboration that we can achieve the needs and desires that we hope to get out of the collaboration. It's very much an exchange medium from which we have done a lot of work on improving the tools and the processes to be able to do that. But underlying all of this is this political exchange that in the end, I get what I want and you get what you want, and that's what I'm willing to collaborate on. So I throw this into this idea of utilitarian collaboration. Our traditional multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches allow us to operate in this type of collaboration. And I think that type of work is essential to what we're doing. I'm not saying that those forms of collaboration are bad. What I'm offering is a different thought process of how we begin to come together through a collaboration. The transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaboration is not based in a utilitarian perspective, but in an inquiry perspective. The idea is to bring people together so that they can engage in a form of inquiry. And that form of inquiry is about opening up or broadening the types of questions that we begin to ask that allows discussions to be, the scope of the discussions, the scope of the dialogue to be more broadly attained and more broadly understood from multiple perspectives, and eventually achieving a perspective or multiple perspectives out of that help us understand ourselves better. And that's where the transdisciplinary, the transitional, the trans approach comes out of this. So making these transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaborations work is the trick. We've been working on them a lot in the Cleveland area. They're very difficult, they're very time consuming. And what we've come to realize is that an old concept could help us move forward. That concept is this concept of boundary spanning. Boundary spanning has been around since the 1970s. It's been about, and really it was based in knowledge development and knowledge management and networking. But the idea is that you have individuals that operate in between the different institutional structures and the different people that are involved to help the collaboration move forward, whatever that might be. And you're intentional about having these people as boundary spanners. They sometimes are leaders with their organizations. They could be ambassadors. They can be advocates for what's going on. They take multiple roles. The literature is pretty thick on this. But what they traditionally haven't done is worked in such a way to use their authority to engage tradition and prejudices in certain ways. And this is where I think the shift in boundary spanning and what I'm trying to offer might be slightly different. What I see the type of boundary spanner needed in a transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaboration is a boundary spanner that uses their authority not to control or not to manage what's going on, but instead uses their authority to raise the level of questions. So the authority is used to ask questions, to engage the group in mechanisms of inquiry that allow people the opportunity to confront the traditions that they are traditionally situated in, as well as their prejudices. And what I mean by prejudices are prejudgments that they bring into the collaboration. So the idea is for boundary spanning to raise questions that have people confront their own confirmatory biases of what they think is going on, which is oftentimes associated with what the types of solutions that we see with technological types of advancements. What I offer is that boundary spanners that operate from the aspect of an exploratory bias rather than a confirmatory bias open up the space for us to engage in broader questions and broader dialogue that can get after some of those 5 principles that Ben offered at near the end of his book. Specifically, the types of questions of what are we truly trying to achieve? Does technology really offer a solution to this, or is there another way to be able to achieve this type of goal? And how do we confront our democratic values in such a way that we can become more in touch with them, and do so in a way in which we're exploring each other by visiting in somebody else's shoes, visiting in somebody else's experiences to help understand our own experiences that much better. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now, Dorothy, would you please take the floor?
Yes, thank you, Sasha, and thank you for inviting me to participate today. So I'm going to take you to the ground in Cleveland, Ohio, where all but Ben reside at this point, and talk about a city of 400,000 people. There's about 98,000 of those people who are in some form of education mode in their life, stage either pre-K to 12, 2-year education or 4-year education. And we're talking about smart enough cities, and Nick mentioned sensible cities, but I want to also talk about inclusive and equitable cities. And in this city of 400,000 people, about 40 to 60% of them have absolutely no connection to the internet. They have no subscription to the internet. So today we're talking globally, across the globe about smart cities, but Digital C's purpose is to really make sure that Cleveland's digital future is equitable. And the first thing that you have to do if you want to create equity is make sure that these people have connection to the internet. And the coronavirus really brought to light something that Digital C has been working on since 2016 and many in our community for decades, on how do we make sure that everyone participates in the digital economy and that we don't have a digital divide. And the way that we're doing this really is to try to make sure that everyone has internet connectivity. And that's not easy in a city that also ranks as one of the poorest in the United States. And we're not unique in this because I think that we see this digital divide in America in urban areas, particularly in the poorest communities, and also in rural areas where there's a lot of poverty. The solutions may be different. And so as we began to address this through a program called Connect the Unconnected, our board, and Ben, you'll appreciate this, said, please find a way to allow people to connect to high-speed internet affordably in a sustainable business model but make sure you're technology agnostic, because there's a lot of technologies that can solve this problem, but make sure you meet people where they are with the technology and think about the people first. And actually, Nick and Ken and in the IoT Collaborative went into one of the neighborhoods, and we started by asking the people, you know, what are your needs? What do you really want? And what people want in their community is safety. They want their kids to be able to go to a good school and be safe when they're walking to school. They want a sense of community, the community that they used to know, where they used to sit on the porches and everybody knew their neighbors and everybody felt safe, and it was a community of interest. And it was a connected community even without technology. But today you can't be connected to your community or your world or to education or to good health care or economic opportunity if you don't have a connection to the internet. And so that's the problem that Digital C is trying to solve. And we also know in older cities in America, it's pretty hard to think about that through delivering fiber to the home, because that's very expensive. And in manufacturing cities, which Cleveland was built on manufacturing, particularly in the auto industry and everything surrounding that, the supply chains, our infrastructure is very old. And so digging up streets and making sure you've got the conduit for the internet and taking it to the home and delivering it in last mile and fiber is probably not possible. But one of the beauties of Cleveland, Ohio is that it sits along the northern part of the United States between New York, Buffalo, Cleveland, Chicago. If you were traveling from the East Coast to the West Coast, that's the way you'd go through the cities. And the other thing that Cleveland has is it sits on one of the Great Lakes, where we have 20% of the world's fresh water in those Great Lakes. And maybe the best thing for us to do is to be thinking about a smart lake through technology, technology that keeps our water clean, technology that could avoid harmful algal blooms from getting in the way of our water source. And so when we think about technology, we need to think locally. So what we've done to address the education issue, as we began to build out a fixed wireless network across the city and into the neighborhoods, and going into the neighborhoods, the poorest neighborhoods first, and talking to the community development corporations and the people and others to say, how can we help you to get technology to people? And not only do you have to deliver the internet connectivity, but you have to make sure that people have devices, and many people don't have the devices and many people don't have the training necessary. So to address this issue, you have to make sure that you cover all of those bases. And you have to make sure that you're a trusted resource, because just coming in and putting in what probably someday will be a utility, many people are trying to sell technology to people, and also many people are trying to sell it in ways where they might use the data in order to fund the technology deployment and use it in a way that's not favorable to the community that you're trying to serve. So ours is really about getting technology to people and making sure that they can use it for education, better healthcare, and economic opportunity. And as we began to build out the infrastructure for this, it's not inexpensive. So we've estimated that to get technology to the 40-some thousand households that either are or unconnected, it's a $35 to $40 million problem. And to raise that kind of money and then ask people, well, if you invest this money, will people come and use the technology? Will they know how to use the technology? Are you wasting resources trying to connect these communities where they may not even use the technology or know how to use the technology? And nothing like a good crisis to make the point for you, because when Cleveland was hit by coronavirus and the schools shut down and the colleges had to deliver their instruction remotely finally everybody woke up and realized that, oh my goodness, we have a problem. And we're not sure when this virus is going to subside or go away. And at this point of the year, many people are thinking about, school just dismissed for the summer, but they're also thinking about what's going to happen in the fall when school resumes. And we don't think that the children are going back to school anytime soon. And so many, 40% of the children that went home from our municipal school district had no access to technology. So the schools actually put in place first hotspots, just made sure that every family had Chromebooks and hotspots, but that's a temporary solution. And many of these families prior to that would rely on going to the library. The libraries were closed. You could sit on the steps of the library and tap into the Wi-Fi, but in a city like Cleveland, where after dark it's probably not safe for your 8 to 15-year-old to be sitting on the library steps, or maybe your parents would take you to a McDonald's parking lot to take advantage of the Wi-Fi there. So what has happened as a result of coronavirus is the city is starting to come together and rally around the need for technology, and not only for education, because we know that, look at the education we're able to do today, even at my age, I'm still learning, right? So it's lifelong learning that you want to promote, but also lifelong access to things like better health care and better economic opportunity. And so people are rallying for the cause. We'll see if anyone will write the check so we can finish the project. But by the end of the year, our goal is to have a network of capability of 8,000 households. And we now have a contract with the Cleveland School District where instead of us being out there and our board saying, if you build it, will they come? The leader of the school system has said, if you can connect all of our students, we'll pay the subscriptions. And so we're in the process of trying to connect 1,000 of these households by August, another 8,400 by the following school year, around this time in the following year, and then the balance of them in the next year, but also make that network large enough so that it can serve the senior population, who's also been impacted dramatically by this pandemic. Many of them live in high rises, and they've been socially isolated, again, without access to the internet, computers, or telemedicine. And then if we build that network, at least in the next 2 years, in an accelerated deployment to get to 27,000 households, we'll also get to what we call the strivers. And those are probably the caregivers for these students or seniors, because we have many multi-generational families in one household in Cleveland. And hopefully we can actually show people the way to a better life, a better education, better healthcare, and more economic opportunity if we just simply connect them to the internet. And the rest of the community can work around that on the smart city part, but it seems a bit backwards if our city's thinking about putting security cameras in on light poles before they actually think about these 98,000 students that need a better education and really can't get it without access to the internet. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. I think this is a very good introduction to the questions to Ben and also to other panelists, like, can we have smart cities without smart people? So, okay, now Ken, please.
Sure, thank you, Sasha. So yeah, I would like to follow up based on a discussion or a point that Ben sort of started, and I think it was picked up also then by Nick and certainly by Dorothy. And it's something that the IoT Collaborative, in its initial discussions and in the fabric of that organization, it was all about trying to flip the problem around, and rather than looking at technology driving what problems you solve. The problems become the focus areas, and from the problems, you then look at whether or not there are technology opportunities or solution strategies or methods that can be applied. It's not a matter of just developing technology for technology's sake and then trying to figure out where can that technology be used to solve a problem. I think it's about problem-centered discussions that ultimately are driving innovations in technology. So as a technologist, it's pretty common in the old days where we do something in the lab and throw it over the lab wall and hopefully somebody picked it up and figured out a way to use it. But I think that we're in a more sort of transdisciplinary or THC kind of approach, as Nick pointed out. And it's really about trying to understand where the technology or what technologies can have the greatest impact and importance from a society and city and community perspective. As Dorothy mentioned, in every cloud, there's a silver lining. And I think in the pandemic is a huge cloud that is over all of us. But it is an opportunity for us to step back and look at where are our vulnerabilities? Where are there issues that we need to address that we haven't thought through properly, and not just through technology goggles, as Ben puts them, but from the problem, from the society, from the public interest perspective. And so as Cleveland and most cities faced the pandemic and what was happening with COVID-19 and the only potential ways of trying to address this pandemic from the perspective of slowing or mitigating its impact and spread, social distancing became a guideline for people to think about how to stay safe and to manage their daily activities within a social distancing requirement. Well, sort of thinking about that with public health was at the center of this initial problem. And it was a matter, could we all be selfless to the point that we would self-restrict and abide by social distancing guidelines, not just for our own individual benefit, or for the benefit of the community, since it's very, very challenging and difficult to understand who might have the virus, who might have been exposed to the virus, and many, as we're finding now, had the virus or have the virus and are completely asymptomatic and don't have any idea. But recognizing that even though this is a huge public interest, public health issue, but we all need to figure out how to live our daily lives. And that is that you can't just be completely quarantined. You need to go to the pharmacy, you need to go to the grocery store if you don't have access to Instacart or any of these other kinds of technology solutions to receiving the needs that you have. And therefore, you need to be able to make personal decisions, and every decision you make is a trade-off. That is, you have to understand and balance risk with reward, risks with need, and how do you do that in any kind of meaningful, informed way? So a colleague of mine, Fanny Yee, who is a computer scientist, was at a panel actually at the National Science Foundation at the end of February, and was thinking about, of course, she's of Chinese heritage. She was thinking about what was happening in Wuhan at that time, and came back and said, Ken, this is a tremendous opportunity for us as scientists and engineers to look at how we can harness the power of available data, but for a community level, to solve a community level problem, helping people understand if they need to go to a grocery store, if they need to go to a pharmacy, if they need to go out of their house to do things that are necessary for their children or for them based on daily life and daily living, how can we help them to make decisions in an informed way? And how can we do this? And I know Brian's going to talk about privacy and security issues in just a moment. How can we do this in a way that does not impact or breach the privacy and security of data or individuals in the process? So we decided to look at the fact that there is a wealth of publicly available data that's out there that talks about the demographics or population density, that talks about where are there hot spots that are beginning to occur in the cities based on publicly available data from public health departments. What are the requirements or what are the suggestions that the CDC at a national level or public health departments and health advisors at state, city, county, and community level saying? And how could we put that data together and provide people with an accessible tool that doesn't tell them what to do, but provides them with some guidance on what they can do and where they can go, and what potential risks from a community level might be present in the locations that they need to go and interact with. So what we built was a tool that used demographic data on population density. It used health-related data from public health agencies on how many people were infected with the disease, how many people have recovered from the disease, and how many deaths have there been. What's social media saying about this from a regional perspective? And it's important for us to understand that what people think and how people are thinking about the virus and whether they believe it's a hoax. Did we really go to the moon or did we not? Is the virus real or is it not? All of those things factor into what would we call community level risk. And we tried to provide an opportunity where that data could be synthesized, presented, could be navigated, and could be mined, and it could be used by individuals in order for them to make daily decisions on what they thought was important to do. So again, it was about a problem, trying to find how technology and data could help solve that problem and could help people navigate in a challenging environment. So at that, I'll leave it and turn it over to our next panelist.
Thank you, Ken. Brian, please take the floor.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. This is, from my perspective, a fantastically interesting discussion. I want to thank Ben for setting the stage really effectively. And you know, usually in a panel like this, our job is to at least partially provide a critique of the keynote. And I really agree with almost everything that Ben has to say. And so what I'm going to try to offer today is a set of examples that illustrate with a little more detail his basic point about technology agnosticism. The first will come from smart policing and surveillance technology, facial recognition. And the second is a sort of in progress area that I've been working on, digital contact tracing. And I'm going to use the lens of what Deirdre Mulligan and Helen Nissenbaum have called handoffs, which is just an analytical tool to interrogate what changes are affected when we use technology to perform a function that was prior or before was performed primarily by humans. And as they describe it, the handoff decomposes the how of that function and allows us to better understand what exactly is being changed, and more importantly, what the value and policy choices are embedded in that change. And they develop the example in the context of autonomous vehicles, but one very prosaic example they cite is the shift that we're all now intimately familiar with of having to deal with automated call responses or chatbots instead of humans, right? At least in theory, that simply replaced the human, but as we all know, the functionality was significantly altered by that shift. And more importantly, a set of values was changed as well, most prominently replacing humans with technology and making choices about how we want to configure society and jobs in society, which largely goes uninterrogated in that direct shift, right? Most companies or entities are simply looking at it from the specific functionality of answering those calls. And so that's one prosaic example. Let me now shift to the two examples that I want to talk about. The first is facial recognition, which Ben mentioned. And facial recognition is part of a broader array of surveillance tools that law enforcement has increasingly started to use. Facial recognition has gotten a lot of attention and pushback, and there have been a recent set of bans. But what's interesting about all of those technologies, facial recognition and others, is that they initially promised to replace a well-known set of error-prone and deeply biased police functions, and in some cases, police functions interacting with others, including eyewitness identifications, with a system that would be more objective, more efficient, and just overall better than the existing system. The reality is that rather than correcting those biases and being better, as has been prominently reported in the news very often, the algorithms themselves are biased, although recent studies have shown that there are some very, very good ones in development, so that problem may go away. But more importantly, what went largely uninterrogated in that shift is the fact that rather than reducing the problem of over-policing in poor and minority communities, the deployment of these technologies vastly expanded the capability of police and the intensity of police surveillance and policing in general in those communities. And so rather than introduce a system that actually corrected bias and made policing fairer, we in fact intensified and exacerbated the existing problems that it was promised to solve. And at least initially, that was done without any real extensive understanding or exploration of what that would mean to expand these capabilities, and whether and how we ought to expand those capabilities in ways that would reduce bias or limit that expansion. And so what we've ended up with is now a movement to ban facial recognition in particular, but there's a whole suite of other technologies that are out there that are continuing to expand these capabilities, and again, driven largely by a vendor community that's seeking obviously to profit from this, but a vendor community whose interest is not in interrogating whether we can police better, whether we can address the core problems that have led to the recent protests, both in the US and in Europe and elsewhere, but instead accepting the notion that, hey, the way, we just need to expand these capabilities. Better policing equals more policing. And so that's one example where the handoff rubric, I think, provides a useful tool and a corrective to force us to look at what are we doing when we police? What problems are we trying to solve? And only then ask whether and how technology can actually implement the values and policy choices that we want to accomplish, rather than simply putting it in place and without thinking about those issues. The second example that I want to bring into play is digital contact tracing, which has been in the news a lot lately. It's getting deployed more in Europe than in the United States, but a number of solutions have been developed. And the most prominent solution that's gotten a lot of attention and that a lot of European countries have shifted to away from some of their initial plans is the Apple, Google, what they're now calling exposure notification system, which is a Bluetooth based system that allows chirps to emit from your phone, sending out rotating anonymous IDs that then are collected under certain circumstances if you're within a certain distance for a certain amount of time of others using the application, and then allows, if it scales, allows individuals to self-identify that they may have been exposed to someone who has a confirmed case of COVID-19. And the ambition and the goal of this application and this model is to amplify or replace traditional manual contact tracing, which is a really well-tested and effective tool for reducing transmission of highly infectious disease. And the way manual contact tracing works is live people call up interview individuals who've been confirmed as having a COVID-19 infection to find out where they've been, where they regularly travel, and try to identify other people who may have been in contact with them while they were infectious, and then follow up with those contacts, ask them either to get tested or to self-quarantine or do something else. And the Google Apple Bluetooth exposure notification model does something actually quite different from manual contact tracing. And instead of collecting information that might be valuable in the manual contact tracing process, like location primarily, or other information that would feed into manual contact tracing, instead what Google and Apple have decided to do is to limit that information that's collected to those rotating and anonymized IDs, which, if the Bluetooth system and the algorithm attached to it work well, and there's lots of questions around that, would only allow an individual to identify that they may have been exposed without telling them where that might have happened, or how, or most importantly, who the other person or the infected person might be. And that limitation, and those limitations are put in place for the very good reason that Google and Apple are concerned about the privacy implications of allowing an application, even an application sanctioned by a public health authority, to collect personally identifiable information from people, and more broadly concerned about the potential backlash of these tools turning into or being repurposed by state governments for tools of surveillance. So the limitations are put in place for a very good set of concerns, but what has been under-interrogated from my perspective, using the handoff lens, is the trade-offs that we're making between public health and primarily privacy in this instance. And by severely limiting how the Bluetooth model works, and also limiting the ability of application developers to connect it to any other kinds of data, including data that public health authorities deem important and potentially necessary to fight the virus, Google and Apple have effectively dictated the value choices that we're making in using this new tool, and they're enforcing that choice by limiting, strictly limiting the applications that can access it, and in a variety of other ways. So that, to my mind, is an interesting, in some ways, counterexample to facial recognition, where we have private entities attempting to do what they perceive or protect what they perceive as the most significant value in developing a tool and using technology to replace or augment an existing human process. And we have yet to see how it will play out. But it will be interesting to me to see whether and how this very limited application ends up having any usefulness in the fight against COVID-19. But it's another example where I think it would be much more useful and much more valuable if there were, as Ben called for, a more democratic process that allowed individual communities, whether at the local, state, or national level, to try to make those choices and make those choices informed by a range of values, both public health, privacy, autonomy, and others. So I'll stop there, and we can open up to Q&A.
Thank you very much. Well, at this point, I would like again to ask the audience to ask the questions through our Q&A option or chat. And I noticed that Nick had several questions. So Nick, please, you could ask the questions, and then we can continue.
So I was sending Sasha a few questions, and but I think one question is kind of burning in my mind right now, because I think it hits at the interface kind of where our panel's at on things. So we've got Dorothy and Ken, who are working on applications that, and I would say maybe, you know, slightly in an experimental way, but it's about deployment. It's about getting something out there and learning by deploying what works and what doesn't work. And you've got then Ben and myself and Brian, who are looking at it from kind of outside of the deployment world and saying, well, what we need to do is engage in these larger discussions, bring in democratic values. And one of the concerns I have, even with my own, my thoughts are that I like the democratic approach. I like the dialogue approach and everything, but I also am a realist in that if we spend all of our time talking about this stuff and not doing something, then all we do is talk about this stuff, right? We don't get to the point of deployment and actually getting something done. And I'm just interested in the panel's thoughts on this. Like, how do we begin to, for lack of a better term, experiment within the community without harming the community so that we can learn about what works and what doesn't work? Yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
So Nick, I'll jump in quickly on that, and yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and that the proof's in the pudding. Although I think Ben's book and some of the examples he gives, you know, illustrate that he's, you know, he really is moving into engagement, and some of the work that I'm doing with the digital contact tracing apps, I'm actually working with a collection of groups that have some version of the CCOPS legislation at the municipal level. And what we're grappling with is, you know, whether and how at the municipal level they can implement policies that would allow them to evaluate these tools and evaluate in particular the privacy and civil liberties dimensions. And one of the big challenges is just capacity. And so I think you're right to ask the hard question of, I made the same error in some extent by saying, you know, we need to have more democratic control over, you know, what Google and Apple are putting out there. But the reality is democratic control is really hard to implement in any case, because it requires sustained attention and navigating, you know, the political realities of competing interests and lobbyists. And it's particularly difficult in the tech realm, because you need specific expertise that's frequently lacking within municipalities. And so, you know, one other thought actually was I had a whole separate talk prepared that was going to focus on this. Is there's this movement for public interest technology, which is the notion that, hey, let's use the law school or the legal model of, you know, lawyers volunteering their expertise to assist in causes they believe in and to help, you know, advance the public interest, and get technologists to do the same thing, and then train them to, you know, to understand policy, understand, you know, these other realms that they don't always operate in. And so, you know, I think that that's one area that, you know, that has a lot of merit.
So I'll jump in, and I think I want to push back a little bit on this idea that we should be prioritizing deployment over democratic discussion, this sort of assumption that the ultimate goal here is to get things deployed. And I think that, so to absolutely, I'll sort of get to the many challenges of actually doing democratic discussion, because those are very real. But I think that in many ways, what I was sort of alluding to at the end of my talk is that what we're seeing in all of the public organizing against all sorts of surveillance technologies in particular as well as other forms of smart city type projects such as Sidewalk Toronto, is that people are expressly rejecting the types of deployments that are being put forward. And that what happens when you prioritize this idea of technological innovation, that what you end up getting are innovations that may not actually be socially beneficial. Now, certainly there's some balance. You don't want to just talk about things forever, but I actually think that yes, the slowing down process, the sense of, okay, we need to actually slow down, think about what we're doing, think about whether or not there's a desire for this is incredibly important to that point of shifting some of that power away from engineers and technology companies who are the ones who are able to make these decisions. It's not that no one is making these decisions. It's that incredibly small number of people are making these decisions. And the track record of that is often quite bad, to just put it bluntly, and that a lot of technology that is not actually what the public wants. So now, certainly actually doing that is incredibly hard. A lot of cities have begun trying to pilot these types of discussions. And certainly there are barriers around expertise and other things. But I think also the model of such as the CCOPS legislation, these various surveillance oversight ordinances that are springing up are a good model that shows it's not just about democratic discussion. Doesn't just have to mean you get every single person in the community and you have some giant discussion where every person weighs in, even though that model, you do need that model. It's also about what we might think of as democratic forms of oversight, where there are at least just mechanisms in place for city council hearings, for elected officials such as city council to actually weigh in on some of this stuff. More and more of these mechanisms in place, ensuring that there are public controls with teeth over the technology. And of course, a lot of that is on a more defensive stance. It's much more, we want to stop surveillance. We want to be able to say no to stuff. That doesn't even get into the question of how do you make the community more of a co-partner in developing this. But I think that in many ways, the process of slowing down is a good thing because it forces us to actually grapple with some of these questions. I think the sort of mode of, even the sort of crass version of it of move fast and break things if the goal is to break things, that's not necessarily a great place to be starting from.
Well, I'll sort of weigh in too. I think that there is a trade-off in everything that we do. There's no question about that. And there is an opportunity cost of delaying or not experimenting when you can and when there is value to do so. And so I think that, it's not let's rush and break things and see what happens. But it's also not let's just sit and wait and see what happens. And by the time you figure out, and I think the pandemic is actually, from my perspective, is a really, really good exemplar to be thinking about. It revealed across the board, from my perspective, gaps and inadequacies and a lack of completely being ill-prepared across the board in many city, county, state, and federal level engagements in being able to address issues that are fundamental to our existence. And so not only just health, but food, transportation, to see the supply chain and the lack of resiliency within the supply chain revealed a huge systemic problem that we have just been ignoring because we've been so focused on other issues and other initiatives, and maybe too focused on what happens in the next quarter and not what's happening over the next year or years. So, you know, I think that you're right, Ben, that you can't run, and the idea is not to break things, but I think that the process of experimentation, if done in a meaningful, sincere, and controlled way, has a lot of positive, can have a lot of positive impact if it's done in the proper way.
Yeah, Nick, and Ken, I'm gonna jump in on that as well, because so here we are in our, and you all know we've been working on this for a while, the Connect the Unconnected, which we now call Empower CLE. And it was that case of, if you build it, will they come? And then all of a sudden having a pandemic and saying, oh my goodness, we have a problem, how fast can you build it? And in this effort to be technology agnostic, but to get something done, we just went out and started to do. I mean, obviously we did some research. We brought in technology experts who had done this before. The IoT collaborative was very helpful and still is, but you know, now we've formed, the community has formed the Greater Cleveland Digital Equity Coalition. And there are 80 people. They were all together on a Zoom call yesterday, some at the very beginning learning stages of what digital equity is. You mean we don't have connectivity in our city? Our city residents, 40 to 60% of them may not have any connection to the internet. And the natural reaction would be to, well, let's study this and find the best way to do it, to take care of this, which I totally agree with. And also, our board has said from the beginning, if the carriers are willing to come in and solve this problem, be part of the solution, because they probably were part of the problem when they didn't build infrastructure into these poor neighborhoods, because if you're a for-profit company, you can't get a return on investment. You know, fiber is expensive. Deploying into an area where people can't afford to pay is not going to be what your shareholders want to see. But you can't step back and not do anything. And so, I mean, I love the fact that the entire community is coming together around this, but this doesn't mean that I'm going to say, whoops, stop in the middle of your tracks here, because those 1,000 households, those 1,000 kids need to be connected to the internet by August. And if we could get all 16,000 households by the beginning of the next school year, we would. And maybe there's an even faster way to deploy, or a better technology solution. But what we've got in process is 3 or 4 technology solutions that we believe are the best for the community that we are. A community that has tall buildings where you can actually get line of sight from a fiber ring, what I call the fiber ring in the sky, to houses. But we're also called the forest city, and we have to get under the tree canopy. And there are technologies that will let us do that. And there are technologies that will let us do that without using utility poles, because utility poles and the people that control them have rules, regulations, and expensive taste in terms of how much they want to use those utility poles. So we'll continue to use our, what I'll call workaround solutions, and the best technology that we can find available to do this, and also to get to the seniors in these multi-dwelling units where there's maybe on average 200 seniors in apartments, 200 apartments, and we can deploy into those like you deploy into a hotel. And whereas you might have an open network in a hotel, we can actually make that a secure network. So we'll continue on this track of doing the, you know, what we believe is the best thing possible, because we've been studying it for a while. And it's wonderful that we've got a community dialogue now going on, because we may find that, you know, maybe it won't take 35 to 40 million, or maybe someone will just write the check for that, or maybe they'll come up with a better technology solution collectively. But in the meantime, I've always believed in right, not fast, but I also believe that you just can't let a problem sit there while everybody just, wants to talk about it, and try to either play a blame game or figure out that somebody else must have a better way to do this, or other people just want to jump in and maybe able to solve portions of it. But this is something you have to solve at scale, and scaling a technology deployment like this within a nonprofit that's a relatively small business at this point is a challenge. But we'll see what happens in Cleveland over the next 2 years, and if we're able to make sure that everyone has connectivity, and then be the smart enough or smart and sensible city, and make sure that one of our greatest assets, the lake, is a smart lake, so that it can continue to supply water safely to more than 11,000 people 11 million people in the state of Ohio and surrounding the whole Lake Erie Basin. So you do have these moments where you have to absolutely believe that you're doing the right thing and have felt you've done your own research, but there's no substitute for a community dialogue, because more brains and more heads and the collective will to get something done in some of these technology things is important, and certainly to keep people safe in a pandemic with what you're doing, Ken, and Brian, your views that looking at the best way to get some of these surveillance technologies deployed so that they can be helpful, I think are all good things. But that these issues aren't simple, and complex problems deserve complex or community dialogue and a process to be sure that the wisdom of the crowd maybe will rule.
Mm-hmm. I would like, yeah, Nick, just continue.
Or do you have a burning question that you want to get out?
Yeah, I wanted to expand on these questions, because I think it's really important in terms of this discussion. So my question goes to Ben, but please feel for the others as well, please free to jump in. So while I think we completely resonate in terms of research, in sense of your idea, my question is, when we look at the smart city models, and especially methodology of development, when we look, for example, Asian models, they're pretty much top down. And when we look US models, I would say they are pretty much bottom up. And European models are sort of mixed. So how do you see basically the implementation of the smart city in, what kind of side do you represent? From your discussion, I would say more in the same time bottom-up approach when we are talking about democratic approach. But on the other hand, if you want to have complex solution, if you want to have systemic solution, you need to go top down. So where do you feel you would like to see implementation here?
Mm. It's an interesting question. I probably wouldn't describe the US approach as being truly bottom up. I think certainly compared to maybe the Asian model, it's not as top down in the way that those are, but I wouldn't describe, it's more decentralized a bit in the United States, but I wouldn't call it bottom up. I think in some ways, well, there's maybe two ways of thinking about this that come to mind. One is that it feels a little bit like a false dichotomy, right? That the approach needs to be some balance of the two, and you can't think of just having sort of take these sort of idealized paradigms. But it really comes down to, what are we actually trying to achieve? What is the vision of a smart city or a smart enough city that we're working towards, right? I think if you are working towards a Cisco, Google type model, then clearly what you get, something where technology is baked into the core sort of at that level, then clearly you have this very top-down approach. If you're thinking, the way that I think about it is more decentralized in the mode of not necessarily having these, at least in our current moment around cities, not having these comprehensive solutions that are meant to sort of provide all of the technology infrastructure for a city, but are, the actual things that tend to work are much more targeted approaches, whether it's in ways of integrating technology into specific operational processes, or providing specific types of infrastructure like digital connectivity. And so I don't have a specific answer that we want to be bottom up or we want to be top down. I think it's a matter of, what does that actually look like in practice? How do we ensure that certain values are baked into this? Because you can have bottom up approaches that are incredibly undemocratic because certain people just sort of certain people in the community dominate a project, and you can have top-down projects that are more democratic if you have sort of a strong public sector that is itself democratically accountable, but then is empowered to make large-scale decisions about how to operate technology or how to run any sector of the society, right? And so I think a little bit I would approach the problem that way, thinking about what are the sort of what are the mechanisms of decision making, what are the forms of democratic control, as opposed to an initial starting point of bottom up or top down. But I'd be curious what others think, because that sort of approach is not one that I usually sort of explicitly think along those lines of.
Sasha, just to respond a little bit in amplifying the handoff context. So Nissenbaum and Mulligan develop it in the context of autonomous vehicles. And it's a brilliant piece where they go through a variety of ways in which the sort of three dominant models or visions of how autonomous vehicles might work implicate and ultimately will lead to a variety of value and policy choices. But just to take one of the big issues is the fact that we're not only creating vehicles that are going to operate by themselves. There are vehicles that are going to depend on a whole array of information systems and information gathering, right? So the surveillance dimension. And they point out that typically it's well recognized that, look, we're going to have to give up some autonomy in how we operate cars. This is one dimension that we're handing off. And it's usually just sort of obfuscated as, well, we give up autonomy for efficiency, maybe safety, but the analyses don't typically drill down into what are the other choices embedded in how the information infrastructure is constructed. And they point out, as Ben just pointed out, it could be heavily commercial driven, and even within a commercial driven system, it could be a commercial driven system that favors the car manufacturers, allowing them to become, in essence, data companies in the way that Google and Apple are. And maybe that's the kind of vision we want, because then we create a competing center of entities that can offset the dominance of the current big tech companies. Or it's essentially Google and Apple providing operating systems that do the information gathering because they're experts at it, which would further exacerbate their dominance. Or there's a whole other model in which the government flows, the information flows through the government, and it's there's a kind of public trust created, and then the government controls and manages the data. And all of those things are that's just one small, important, maybe not small, but one dimension of this handoff that's happening with autonomous vehicles, and one that tends to get obfuscated in ways that favor whichever vendor is going to benefit most by one configuration or another, or sometimes less kind of nefariously, simply by whatever tech is, you know, emerging as the dominant one, right? You get this, you know, you get this platform dominance. Anyways, those are the kind of, you know, more robust and intimate analyses that I think we need to do. They're not particularly susceptible to the kind of model that the CCOPS legislation introduces. Although, you know, some variants of it where you have expert external groups that are reviewing, you know, might be able to manage it. But they really do need to start with experts, you know, from the outside who are, you know, relatively objective and willing to sort of offer up analyses about what's going on under the hood, to choose a bad pun.
Yeah, I'll just sort of jump in briefly too, because I know we're getting close to the end of the time for the panel. But I think that the problem that you're trying to solve needs to dictate the solution methodology that you want to use. Sometimes bottom-up sort of processes based on the problem that you're trying to address are the best. Sometimes top-down approaches based on the problem that you're trying to study and are the best. And oftentimes it's a combination of top-down and bottom-up approaches that provide an iterative approach to closing on a problem that allows depending upon the features of the problem, allows who needs to be engaged at what stage in the problem to be prominent and to be at the center. So I'm not in favor of either a bottom-up approach or a top-down approach, because I think they both have their benefits and their weaknesses, but I think the approach needs to be problem-specific. And as Ben pointed out in his presentation, this needs to be problem-driven. And so if you don't want to pick technologies or solutions and then go after a problem, you certainly then would want to be able to present solution approaches that are well suited for the problem that you're trying to address, and use those in a way that allows you to be successful.
So if I can jump in here, I think I'm going to be a little more critical on this. I think the United States, I can't speak for other countries, but I think the United States has missed it. That we are off base in the way that we conceive of technology as a whole, and the way that we've allowed it to kind of filter through our society in some kind of, it's almost like a tech apathy, in a sense that we're not apathetic to the tech, we're apathetic to discussions that could potentially challenge the way that we conceive of technology. And I'll give an example, right? I challenge you next time when you're listening to any kind of news report or listening to people talk about the way that they begin to try and understand a problem. One of the things that will jump out almost immediately is we need more data, okay? We need more data. Whenever I hear that statement, what I hear is, I need an easy way out to make my solution for me. And if the data can just tell me what it is, or for better yet, if we can develop the algorithm that can just simply do it for me, I don't have to think about it, right? I don't have to deal with it. The truth of the matter is, with complex social problems like poverty, like policing, no amount of data is going to solve that problem. So the data tech heads that are out there are thinking that more and better data is the only way to solve these things have been disassociated from our history of humanity, which has been housed in rational discussion and philosophical thinking that helps us to frame and understand issues better. So my feeling on this thing is that it's not an issue of top down or bottom up. It's an issue of the inability to conceive in intellectual discourse and discussions throughout. And because of that gap, because of our inability to be armed with that through our educational system, stripping the arts and humanities and philosophy out of our system over that period of time, we have lost the capability to engage in those types of discussions. So my THC approach, transdisciplinary hermeneutic collaborative approach, is about reintroducing that as a mechanism through the arts and humanities into the discussion again, so that we could raise the level of intellectual discourse, whether that be from the bottom up or the top down.
I would like to actually say that we have a question from audience. We have 10 minutes. Unfortunately, time flies. So I'm not sure if you see this on your screen, but we have a question from Bojan Tomic. He asks if he wonders if you see a practical implementation of blockchain technology in your area. Also, if you could give your general opinion on the future of blockchain technology. So, anybody wants?
Can somebody please talk about?
I'll jump. I pretend to know
what
something about
happens.
blockchain sometimes, so I'll take a crack at it. I mean, blockchain is a great example of a technological tool that has, you know, some really interesting capabilities that could solve some problems. But you know, from my perspective, what I'm seeing right now is well, I think we saw with the burst of the Bitcoin bubble, you know, the techno optimism of it burst as well. But what's persisted is that there are a variety of kind of, you know, value systems that are implicitly embedded in various visions of how blockchain could get deployed, with the most radical being, you know, replacing large entities, private entities like banks and government, you know, which depending on your perspective may or may not be good. But then there's hard realities around how that could actually play out. And so, you know, in the smart cities context, sure, blockchain might be a tool that could do things like help make things more efficient, maybe be more secure, but it comes at other costs like privacy, and then it's complex and it's expensive, and it's a particular solution that has costs and benefits. But Ken knows much more about it than I do, so I should let Ken speak first.
Well, I guess I'll just say that again, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I think that Ben pointed this out in his talk through the technology goggles also, is that it is a technology, and that technology was designed for something or developed for something very specific in mind. And if you try to use it within the context of which it's meaningful, it can be, I think, an important asset, and it can be useful. But like any other technology, it can be misused, and it is not general purpose, and it isn't the solution to every problem that we have out there that's related to issues of secure transactions and any kind of security in an operational technology environment. So I think that it needs to be taken as a potential solution methodology, but it has to be used within the context of which it was developed. And I don't want to say any more.
We need, unfortunately, to wrap up our panel. However, before ending, since we have a truly transdisciplinary panel, and I would like to really say thanks to Nick for gathering such a great team. I would like to use exactly this transdisciplinarity, and if you could give a very short message to smart city academics, practitioners, where do you see from your discipline, what is the key problem or issue that we face in order to build better cities, smart cities, and more importantly, sensible cities?
Ben?
I guess I'll go first, just to put it briefly. I think if there's one thing, it's really about, I guess, to just stay on the theme of democracy, about decision making, about who ultimately is going to be able to shape these futures, how to develop modes of thinking about the future of cities with or without technology that bring in the voices of the public and are done in a democratic way, and ensuring that modes of technological development are expanded in a way that they're able to account for these factors, as opposed to staying within the narrow bounds of sort of what I think of as the formalist constrictions of engineering practice.
Nick?
My takeaway is kind of simple, is go visiting. Go visiting. If you want to learn about what other people are experiencing, you need to do the best that you possibly can to try and understand things from their perspective. Ben did this when he rode around in the ambulances in Boston, right? He visited and got into their shoes a little bit to understand what was going on. So transdisciplinary hermeneutical collaborations are about visiting and opening yourself up to dialogue, and sometimes uncomfortable dialogue. Go visiting.
Dorothy?
I'll build on that. So I would say this is about the people. Meet them where they are. I agree, Nick, go visiting, but also take a little bit of empathy with you. And so I believe in research, I believe in intellectual dialogue, but you have to do that with empathy. And when you meet the people where they are and see what their needs are, see if there's a technology tool that will fit, but also think about democracy and human rights and social justice and, you know, all the rest of the disciplines that we could have had at the table today, in addition to the great panel, and thanks for letting me be part of it.
Okay, please. Ken?
No, I think I'm okay.
And Brian?
Yeah, just echo what Nick and others have said. You got to
Yep.
get on the ground and see how it works. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, well, I would like again to really thanks. I don't know if you were able to see, but we got congratulations from the audience that it was a great panel. We will do our best to make the video as soon as possible, and we will send it to you. And we hope that our students and the wider audience will be able to listen to the panel. Once more, thank you very much, and hopefully we will organize similar panel very soon as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Andrej?
Bog.
Bog, vidimo se. Evo, sad ćemo pomalo, samo da izorganiziramo, pa ćemo ti dati da budeš host.
Hoćeš ti mene najaviti ili kako?
Ne, ti kreni sam, nema potrebe.
Ja ću krenuti sam, ok. Neću dugo vlačiti jer ima nas dosta.
Nema problema.
Petorica, pa
Sve
znam da
ok.
neki od njih isto vole da pričaju.
Samo ti.
Ok, vidim da je tu Predrag, odlično.
Je.
Ok, šta imamo sat i 15 minuta, je li tako?
Da, sat i 15, tako je.
Ok,
Za
onda ja imam
desetak,
te,
za 10 minuta krećemo.
Ok, dobro, vrlo dobro. Okay, I see Alan Unger is there. Hi, Alan. I don't know if he wants to say a few words. Vidim Igor Peličari, hand up, ali sad mi je nesto. Okay. So.
Andrej, sad si ti host, prebacili smo ti kontrole, ok?
Da, vidim. Evo, čekam samo da mi se svi tu skupe.
Ok, pomalo ih samo govornike prebaci u paneliste, to...
Aha, ok. Dobro. Tu je samo Predrag, još ovi ostali nisu još došli. Vidim da je Alan, ako bi on htio možda nešto reći.
Da, ako Alan želi isto da pače.
Evo, samo da vam pošaljem. Sad ćemo poslati poruku.
Hey, Predrag.
Hey, guys.
Oh, Predrag. Hey, okay.
Oh, girls. Only guys.
How's it going?
Yeah, we wouldn't fly in the U.S. with our panel. I'll tell you that.
Sorry, what we went? I didn't
Good
hear.
thing it's in Croatia. It's a good thing it's in Croatia.
Why?
No comment. This is being recorded. I don't want to get into trouble. I'm already in too much hot water in the United States as it is.
I was invited to give a speech next week on a conference for information technology teachers in schools. And the organizers said that they would highly value my acceptance and that I can talk about anything I want, be it methodology of teaching, communications, communicology, but they would actually like to hear something about 5G networks. So my response was, I'm not expert for 5G networks, talk to Professor Bonifacic, but if you want me to talk about 5G hysterics, I'm willing to give a speech titled 5G, homosexuality, COVID, working Sundays, political parties. And they said, oh, we value very much, but you know, it shouldn't be so political. I said, no problem. Replace political parties with flying saucers. And now let's see what will happen next week. How many enemies will I create?
Well, at least you won't. You know, you'll be able to get out of the next conference. At least that's good. Out of being on the next panel, so that's something positive. Alan, would you like to? Oh, Dražen. So I should put him. Sorry, guys. You know, I'm very bad. Allowed to talk. Okay. I see. So I'm supposed to go through here and make sure everybody is okay. There's Kurt. Okay.
Sorry, now I'm unmuted. Hello.
Hey, hello, Kurt. Sorry, I thought that someone else would, you know, I'm very lucky. Usually somebody else is doing all this stuff for me.
That's okay. I'm glad I logged in early to make sure
Good.
that.
We still have time.
I underestimated that I had to register, even though you told me we had.
Ah, yeah. So I'm just looking for Vieran.
You see, you cannot get away without administration, even in online.
No. Exactly.
I tell you, I try. I moved all the way to Moscow just so I wouldn't have to have any administrative duties, but it always comes back
Yeah.
to haunt you.
Keep dreaming, dear Andre. Keep dreaming.
Keep dreaming. Okay.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I
Is
can.
that Dražen? Okay.
Hello,
Is that
everybody.
Okay. Let me
I
see. Do I have to add your video?
I'm guessing so because I'm not seeing anything apart from the name here.
It doesn't allow you to. I'm looking at it. Mute audio, disable. I don't have anything to add video. Sorry. Let me try this. I think you have to add your video, Dražen.
Yeah, but I don't really have the option. It's just either mute or unmute myself. But I don't have any video options whatsoever. It just says chat.
Let's see.
I think maybe you need to promote me to panelist in order to enable me to.
Now, how do you do that?
You find my name in the attendee list, and then right click, and it should provide you with an option to make me a panelist. Something like that.
See, we need the young guys to teach us old dogs new tricks here. Okay, now I know. Okay, it's a good thing we started early. This is good. All right. Let me run through. Kurt, can I do promote?
Can you see me? I can see you, but I also don't have an option to do anything with camera. It just asked me to unmute. So
yeah, I'm running through it. Let's see. I got you. There you go. So I can promote Kurt. Okay. Okay. Hopefully my computer won't overheat. It does that sometimes. Okay. And so Kurt, I promoted you.
Oh God, that happened quick.
That was easy, huh? It's a lot easier than tenure review, I'll tell you that.
I've yet to have my Viva yet, so that's
yeah, I'll tell you. So I'm just waiting for a few other folks. Vieran, and then we had Velibor Machkic, but you know, he's an advisor to the president. Maybe he has better things to do with his afternoon. Okay. So I'll just wait for them. So panelists, I'll unmute Dražen. Sorry, Dražen. There you are. Why does it not want? Oh, there we go.
I can now regulate both things myself, I think.
Okay, great. So that's good. Okay, let me keep an eye on the time here.
Can you see me? Am I visual? Because I don't see myself here.
No, Kurt. But you are a panelist. Hold on, I can see. Maybe it says your camera's. It says your camera's turned
Start
off.
video. Okay, now. Yeah.
There we go.
There we
All
go.
right.
Greetings,
All right. There you go. Welcome, Kurt.
Greetings.
Welcome. I want to hear about Trump. I don't hear enough about Trump, so.
Oh God.
I hear more about Trump, so we're very happy we have you with us.
Well,
today.
I mean, I'm no more an expert than the rest of us, but I at least tried to relate it.
Well, you have to be
the wider.
You have
theme.
to be a expert in sociopathy to really understand it, I believe.
Yeah,
Okay.
sadly.
We're only political scientists, right? You're a political scientist like me, right? So
yeah, supposedly.
So we're completely lost. It doesn't cover any of our theories or anything like that. So
Andre, may I suggest one thing?
Yes, sir.
That we all try sharing our screens if we have some sort of presentation to give, because I actually made a couple of slides I'd like to show as part of my presentation. And maybe we should try out whether all the panelists are capable of sharing their screens so we don't have that crash later on.
Yeah, I have the option, but I have nothing to share. I just have I just have text. There's
Well,
nothing.
let me-
So guys, I just wanted to say a few words about the foundation very quickly in the beginning. So, you know, if you could just leave that slide on, you know, the first one with the foundation stuff, just if people wanted to see the website, etc. And then I'll switch mine off, you know, as soon as things are done. And then I'll go back to it at the end when I do, you know, maybe some concluding remarks or when we have discussion or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good, I know Dražen, it's a very good point because sometimes Zoom gets unstable when everybody's sharing stuff all at the same time and talking. And I'll shut off my video actually when we get started as well. So, okay, let me just go to the participants, to the participants to make sure that are attendees. And if you're an attendee, please help me out and raise your hand. I'm sorry, if you're a panelist, please raise your hand so I can add you, because otherwise I have to scroll through the whole list of folks here. Okay, so we're still waiting.
Oh, Velibor is here actually. In the attendee list.
Can you add him? Because I'm looking. Aha. Okay, I got it. Okay, Professor Machkic, welcome. Okay, and I'm looking through the list. I have a very good assistant that does all this stuff for me. He's actually supposed to show up for this talk too, but we'll see.
Oh.
All right.
Not late yet.
Looking for.
He's got another minute.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can wait for him. I will handle all of this. Can you guys add people, or it's only me that does it, huh?
I think you're
It's
the
only me
administrator.
that-
I don't know how I would.
Yeah.
I have no idea who would be who I'd be trying to add.
Okay. So, all right. So we're just waiting for Vieran. And actually, since I don't have him starting, and since we have a full house of panelists and quite a lot of stuff to get through, I think, and since he knows the whole spiel and the whole story, I think I can start. So, well, welcome everybody to what we call the Unger Foundation panel, Cities, Campaign, Civil Society. First, congratulations to Sasha for putting on truly a incredible, fantastic conference. I've been following through the day, you know, not everything, but you know, actually these economists actually say stuff that makes sense for a change, and actually in kind of language that some laymen like me can understand. So that's been very refreshing. And thanks to Sasha as well for giving us this opportunity to, you know, present, you know, friends, some new friends, some old friends that we've worked with throughout the years. And I'll start just by saying just a little bit about the Unger Foundation. So it's a family foundation, a family of Croatian Croats from Cleveland. Cleveland, of course, being the #2 location for Croats on earth after Croatia itself. Started by Pal and Sonia Unger, who, if I'm sharing this screen, a lovely young couple here in the upright corner. And the mission was really, they've been active since 2001 in Croatia. The mission really was to promote good governance practices, civil society at a time, you know, in the early 2000s, you know, Croatia coming out of civil conflict, war, where it really, you know, independence, it really needed those things. And, you know, a partnership with USAID in the beginning. Also, people like Predrag Pale here, some of the leaders in Croatia at the time, the leading innovators and scientists having a chance to go to the United States to study at Harvard University and other places.
Andre, I'm
yes.
waving to you because we don't see your slides. You have to share your slides.
Oh, I did. Didn't I share it?
Yeah, but I interrupted you when I was trying my slides.
You interrupted me. Okay, so let's put the slide up so you can see all of, okay.
Just click share screen down there.
Okay.
Should be starting. There we go.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
There we are, okay.
Sorry for this.
Okay, you guys see it, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you for interjecting. So here you see some of the activities of the foundation. So in the beginning, you know, these, you know, sort of very basic sort of issues. One of the big things that came out of it is this great partnership between Cleveland State University and the Levine College and Rijeka, now in its 20th year, starting with the first public affairs MPA program in Croatia, which continues to this day. And Sasha, you know, one of the products of, you know, before now, he's a, you know, a leader, a mover, and a shaker. He was a graduate student that had a chance to go to Cleveland State through the Unger Foundation. You know, we've transitioned a little bit since then. You know, the partnership with USAID is done, but we're still very active. And we work with mostly kind of one-on-one with scholars to kind of promote study trips, have people like me come and give lectures in Croatia, and also continue this kind of collaboration sort of behind the scenes with this, you know, events like this great conference that we're all hearing today. So we're very lucky we have Alan Unger, who is the foundation's current president, to maybe say a few words. Alan, would you like to just say a few words while we have you here?
Sure. Can you hear me, Andre, and everyone?
I hear you perfectly. Perfect.
Good. Well,
yes.
I'll try to be brief and just say this. This is I think my parents and everybody that has been a part of the foundation effort would be unbelievably proud of what this panel is doing today, because it represents just a collective effort of everybody on the panel, and along the way from the founding of the foundation through today, of people like yourselves, people like Sasha, people like Maria at the university, and others who have really helped form and define what the foundation's efforts can do, and what's most needed and what's most important for the mission of programs such as what you're doing now with Sasha's conference here, and the founding of the MPA program, the founding and participation in things that I can recall, like the USAID civil society programs, the work that Dražen was doing at Gong, and so forth. Kurt, I'm really happy to finally see you on a screen. Vilibor, it's nice to meet you here, and this is it's a wonderful day. I can't tell you how excited and really proud I am to see this come to fruition. Finally, to Andre and to Sasha and Predrag, who was there at the very beginning. Andre and Sasha, I just want to thank you so much for all the effort you've done to make this particular panel a reality, and also to make this conference so successful so far, and I'm sure until the end. It's really quite an inspiration. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And so without further ado, we have quite a all-star list here of panelists that we should get through.
Andre, you still there? Uh-oh.
I would suggest while Andrei is offline that Velibor starts with his speech, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's okay. Is that okay with everybody else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just wondering whether is he back?
Guys, sorry, as you know, Dražen was very prescient here. So what I'm going to do, this sometimes happens with my computer, it overheats. So I will stop my video. I will get rid of my shared screen. And I will turn the discussion over to our first presenter. So Professor Velibor Mačkić, professor at the Faculty of Economics and Management at Zagreb University, and also an advisor to our esteemed President Milanović. So Velibor, please take it away. And if you have a slide, please go ahead and you can share your screen.
Okay. Well, thank you. Actually, I'm here due to some restrictions in the office of the president. The slides are on my desk computer while I'm using laptop. So, but it will be okay. Thank you once again for calling me, and it is a pleasure to take part in the conference. I've known Sacha for years, and he is indeed one of our best economists in Croatia, with a specific focus that is local economic development, part of not just problems that Croatia has with its regional inequalities. It's something that should be addressed in the upcoming time period. Having that in mind, my goal was just to quickly go through the issue of budget transparency in Croatian local units, mostly cities. There is an interesting saying by our colleague from the Economic Institute in Zagreb that one might state that the European monetary unit is not an optimal currency area. We can debate on that, but we can all agree that Croatian kuna is not an optimal currency for Croatia itself, since there are significant differences. And while, for instance, kuna, strong exchange rate, is something that's good for the coastal areas of Croatia, this is not something that works well for BART. But this is something that is also visible when you look at the levels of budget, online budget transparency in Croatia, when you're looking at all other economic indicators. So when you're examining Croatia, you can state three sentences or three early conclusions. First, we're talking about fiscally centralized country. Second, it's a post-socialist economy that is fortunately a transition loser. And third, it is still not a fully consolidated liberal democracy. That famous article done by Rodrik, 2016, Political Economy of Liberal Democracies, where Croatia is unfortunately mentioned in the motivation part of the paper. So when you're looking at it like this, then it makes you wonder, where can you find solution? Is it found on the individual level, as the neoclassical mainstream theory would suggest? Can you find it on the central government level? Or as Wendy Carlin and Samuel Bowles are now advocating again, is there something in between? Whether we call it local community, non-governmental organizations, or some other levels of the state administration that are not centralized. This is something that actually a couple of researchers in Zagreb had in mind. Mostly they are coming from the Institute of Public Finance in Zagreb, together with some people from the Faculty of Economics and Business, my home institution. So what we tried to do is to look at the online budget transparency in Croatia. A project that is actually being promoted by the United Nations, by OECD and the other international organizations. And this pioneer research has now been going on for last 5 years. And on the question, why is this important? Why local government and its online transparency is important? We can just go back to the 3 main points. We are a fiscally centralized country, an unsuccessful transition economy, and not a fully consolidated liberal democracy. All of these things boil to the fact that it's the political economy that matters in Croatia. And the majority of resources, a large part, correct myself, a large part of resources is being allocated not through market, rather through political decisions or through this complex relationship that exists between political and business elites. So local government is important due to the fact that the expenditures are particularly visible and tangible for citizens. Obstacles to direct public participation are actually fewer than when you compare it to national budget process. And if you allow public participation and public monitoring at this level, that actually increases the accountability of improvements, and actually it increases citizens' trust in government. The overall result, as you all know, should be a more efficient collection of public funds and also supply of public goods and services. So what we did at this point in the project, we were looking at the determinants of rather low level of online budget transparency. So what we did, we constructed account data index. Index varies between 0 and 5 depending on the number of budget documents that are being published each year. These are year-end report, mid-year report, and enacted budget. All of those documents have a mandatory disclosure by the Ministry of Finance. In addition to 3 of those, we added budget proposal and citizens budget or citizens guide. These are voluntary. And if you look at the data in Croatia, then over these 5 years, the average level of transparency did increase. We started with an average value of OLBI of 1.8 in 2015. In 2019, we have an average level of OLBI 3.9. If you look only at cities in Croatia, this number is even bigger. It's 4.3, meaning that on average, cities in Croatia publish nearly all budget documents except for citizens' budget. So 51% of cities in Croatia did publish all 5 documents, but we still lack when we look at the data on the municipality level. Although this is not the right, this is not the focus of this panel. Now, additionally, what we did, we have run certain regressions, wrote a couple of articles. I will mention 2 of those articles. The first one was published last year, and it is concerned about public, let's say, political stubbornness of voters. We pretty much proved that, unfortunately, voters do not consider level of online budget transparency as important as it should be. They are voting from time to time, politicians that do not care about budget transparency. So political ideology and political competition are important. They are important when you look at it in a regression equation, but not in the sense that we would like them to be. Also, there are some other research done on the local level in Croatia. One of those done by me. And we have proof that in election years, there is, we can say that public budget cycles occur in cities in Croatia, while my colleague Vukovic, a couple of years later, proved that this minimal political coalition is one of the reasons why there is a lack of transparency local level. Pretty much to sum all of this up, I would just like to say that we do believe that a large part of answers of why Croatia is in a suboptimal equilibrium, when you look at it from both economic and political point of view, can be solved by action on local level. This action requires demand and supply side pressures and initiatives. With this project, we are hoping to give just a small push from the academic point of how to phrase it. We are aiming to help a bit. So I will finish now with this, and I'm open to questions later.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I think we have a very big roster of speakers, so maybe we can save the questions for the very last. So I'd like to go on, and along this kind of same theme, since we have a very diverse panel, I want to group you guys into sort of themes that kind of fit together. I'd like Dražen Hoffman from GONG, good old friend of mine, Dražen, from one of the most amazing NGOs actually operating in the Balkans. Actually, we can learn a lot from GONG in Russia and the United States about how an NGO should function. And Dražen also works on these issues of transparency, and he will present his presentation on financing the campaign trail in Croatia, emerging regulations, and lasting gray areas. So Dražen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andre, for the overly kind introduction. I am truly honored to be a speaker at the Unger Foundation panel and to be sort of an imposter among academics here. If it's okay with everyone, I would like to share my screen now and open up this presentation I have hooked up. Let's see if it's going to work, and I think it is. So my presentation is going to focus on something that GONG continually works on, although we never quite achieve the level of systematic engagement with the topic that we would like. And this is the issue of the use and abuse of campaign finance, and especially during pre-election political campaigns, but also pertaining to political party finance on a broader scale. GONG is an organization that's familiar probably to some attendees here, but for those who are not familiar with the name, it's an organization focusing on the one hand on good governance, transparency, and quality of political institutions and processes, and on the other hand on fostering a democratic political culture of civic participation, freedom, open media, and so forth. So one of GONG's main and oft repeated ideas is that money in politics is a necessary evil, in the sense that funding campaigns and political parties is a necessity of electoral practices, especially during political campaigns, because reaching out to citizens with political messages is something that's intrinsic, in a sense, to electoral democracies. However, if left unfettered, the ability of various actors to fund campaigns and to fund the activities of political parties can very easily lead to corruption. It can lead to purchase of policies. It can lead to entire parties and campaigns becoming sort of actors in a larger playing field of various powerful interests. And simply public funding is a deterrent to this sort of capture. If parties are independent from private, corporate, donor-driven sort of pressures to adapt their politics, if they can rely on public funding, should they be elected into representative bodies, then they have a sort of baseline certainty that their activity will be independent of other powerful financial and political interests. The other part to this adagum, as far as Gong is concerned, is that transparency can and should always be advanced, that practices of transparency are not something you establish once and for all and then ride on this wave, but instead that the constantly changing dynamic of political reality should be a driver for all interested parties, including the public administration, including citizens, the media, and political actors themselves, to always be on the lookout for ways to advance their practices of transparency, to be open and candid about any sort of dealings that have to do with money in politics. And now, a very short word on the institutional framework in Croatia. Supervision of party finances is one of the key prerogatives of the Central Electoral Commission, which, due to Gong's advocacy, has become a permanent body a number of years ago, and is especially active in the periods leading up to elections and in the periods post-election when they receive and review financial reports of actors in said elections. However, something that should be put on the table right away is the fact that this supervisory function of the Central Electoral Commission has been lacking, in the sense that the Commission used to perform only administrative checks of financial reports without any substantial verification of the data therein. What does this mean in effect? It means that virtually as long as you submit it as a party or as a political actor, as long as you were to submit your financial report in the prescribed deadline and in the prescribed formatting, you were pretty much off the hook, and very little further scrutiny would be given to the report you had submitted. And especially there would be very little comparison made between the report you submitted to the Electoral Commission versus the report you as a party would perform on an annual basis, and these two data sets have a long history of being at odds with each other in Croatia. Another important point about the Croatian context is that parliamentary parties are entitled to public funding. That is, if they are elected to parliament, parties are entitled to refunds of their campaign expenditures. So it's very much in everyone's interest to achieve the goal of entering parliament following elections, so that their expenditures can be covered. And I think that this exact element of public funding of political parties is a necessary safeguard, as I said, to prevent them from falling prey to powerful outside interests. To give an example, the Croatian Democratic Union, the largest and the most influential, in any event, currently the ruling party in Croatia, is a very good case study in exactly how the structure of party funding functions. 2016 was the year of the previous parliamentary elections. We have new elections coming up on July the 5th, just around the corner. And in their 2016 annual financial report, the Croatian Democratic Union reported these figures as being parts of their annual financial construction. The most important, obviously, thing to note is that funding from the state budget makes up just over half of the entire funding for the year. So this is testament to how important the public funding from the state budget is for the party with the most seats in parliament. In the same report, they also included an overview of their annual expenditures for 2016, which again shows that the vast majority or almost 2/3 of their annual expenditures had to do with promotion and informing, which directly pertains to the fact that 2016 was an election year and that a pre-election campaign was held. Now, this is the sort of data that, as I said, the Central Electoral Commission would receive at the end of the year, make the necessary cursory check, and then publish it as being a full statement of party finance on the annual basis. Up until very recently, we also had a another dimension of the fact that these checks by the Central Electoral Commission were very cursory, and that is the fact that they were very hard to interpret, very hard to make sense of, and certainly not reusable, because non-machine readable formats such as the infamous PDF were and to an extent still are pretty much the norm for public bodies in Croatia, and the Central Electoral Commission was no exception to this. They would publish the received data as compiled reports, which were entirely machine unreadable without any previous intervention, which made for very difficult year-to-year or cycle-to-cycle comparisons. This becomes even more interesting when you remember the fact that 2016, with its presidential elections in the United States and the referendum on the UK leaving the European Union, have in fact pointed exactly the opposite, and that is to the full power of the big data harvested from social media and how much you can achieve in terms of leading an effective political campaign with the sort of data and availability and interconnectedness of data that social networks have provided. So this was a very harsh reminder of just how much the understanding of the public bodies was lagging. Here I have to make a shameless plug on part of Code for Croatia, an informal initiative of civically minded IT experts, which is semi-formally attached to GONG. That is, we provide them with some of their resources for their work, and these IT experts provide some excellent analytical work that we certainly want to build on. In 2019, the financial data for financial reports from the European Parliament elections were again published in a closed format, but Code for Croatia have opened up the display using publicly available tools. I would rather not click this link right now because I'm probably running the risk of my entire presentation collapsing, but I'd be willing to share it in the chat afterwards. They actually used the previously not machine readable data from the financial reports from these elections to demonstrate how easily they could be made available in an open format, in a searchable and reusable format, which in turn led the Central Electoral Commission to up its game a little bit and publish the 2019 annual party finance reports in an open format, which is something that we're silently proud of and hope that this is going to be a next step in the practice of publishing financial data. However, this is a very small step in a sense, because open data itself it's not a panacea. It's not a cure-all for the ills of democracy, and certainly not the end point of transparency that you can make. In fact, probably the next point, the next topic that GONG is going to be focusing on is the abuse of public resources, which is unfortunately highly underregulated in Croatia and only at a very basic level even recognized by any relevant laws. In fact, the law on party and campaign finance currently enforced in Croatia only recognizes holders of public office as possible abusers, and only financial abuse as a possible abuse of public resources. So what does this mean? This means that only if you are an elected official, such as minister or member of parliament or mayor, or possibly representative in the or a member of the Constitutional Court, for example, then and only then is there a possibility that you would be in any sense liable for abusing access to public resources in a political campaign, and only then if the abuse you committed could be proven to have financial outcomes, which entirely ignores the effects of the fact that holders of public office have tremendous access to immaterial resources, including the ability to make binding decisions. They have political impact that is potentially reaching far beyond the bounds of single electoral cycles. They can influence employment, they have media presence, they have public visibility or prestige and should be setting an example. And last but not least, they have power over public sector employees, again, often using the instruments of employment and reward, which puts them in the position to potentially influence the independence of public administration to a very large extent. Neither of these points is recognized by the current law, and it's our current goal to further the understanding of the potentials for the abuse of public resources in political campaigns. And in the meantime, we can only have small consolation in the fact that at least the financial abuse of public resources has been recognized for the second time in history during the European Parliament elections in 2019. Within the campaign, these billboards, one of which you see in front of you, were funded from the city budget of the city of Zagreb, touting the quality of life in the city of Zagreb, but in actuality serving the purposes of the mayor's own political campaign, which was ongoing for the European Parliament elections. Gong, ourselves, we have learned some lessons from this after, of course, extensive discussions. One of the key ones being that absolutely not everything can or should be regulated, but lacking a political culture that's conducive to ethical campaigning, regulation can foster it, or at least substitute this sort of culture until it's developed as part of course for the political elites. Holders of public office, as restrictive as it may seem, should absolutely avoid excessive visibility, event presence, or undue credit for institutions, which would bring down quite a large portion of many of the political campaigns going on in Croatia right now, because taking credit for the work of institutions as part of an election campaign is something that comes very naturally to politicians in Croatia, and this sort of identification with the institutions should be dismantled over the long term. And finally, something at a technical level, the comparability of data absolutely needs to catch up, because while we're here at the very basic level of legal understanding of financial reporting, it's the large-scale abuses of social networks and the intransparency of political advertising, for example, on the largest social networks and with the largest IT companies, that is driving the most potentially harmful political campaigns worldwide. So much from me. Thank you for your attention. I am absolutely open to any questions you might have and looking forward to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Dražen, for a very interesting presentation. So we're going to shift gears a little bit now to kind of what the sort of second theme of this conference is, which was smart cities, digital cities. So I'd like to call forth Predrag Pale, professor at the University of Computing and Electrotechnical Technology. I don't know how to translate ETF into, sorry, English. Information technologies, I guess, computing and information technologies at
Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing.
Obviously, I'm not a natural scientist, as you can see. So Predrag will present purpose and role of the city in the future. So Predrag, please take the floor.
Okay, can you see the slide?
Do we see the slide? Something is opening. Okay, yes.
Good. Thank you for being with you. Well, now that we have listened how money is used, our money is used, what is it used for? Well, some cities have better management and they don't see what the money is used for, but they feel it. And some other cities or states see how the money is used, but they don't feel it. And the others, anyway. But actually, what is the purpose of the city? Now, this is a very ambitious title that I chose, and very arrogant one, because, and dangerous one, because, you know, forecasting is not an easy job, and forecasters usually don't end up well. So in order to avoid this, I tried to use somebody else's opinion and somebody else's view. It took us 5,000 years to only partially grasp the nature and the drama of the city. So it will probably take us even longer period to exhaust its full potentials. This is the thought, the quote from iconic book, The City in History by Lewis Mumford, which is 60 years old. And immediately at the beginning of this presentation, I disagree with the cult author, because I think that we have already reached the full potential of a city as we know it, and that we need to rethink, thoroughly rethink the city. Actually, Lewis Mumford immediately continues at the beginning of his book explaining that the urban society has come to crossroads. Mind the gap, it was 60 years ago. And he says that we need strong awareness about our own history and clear insight in decisions that have already been made in order to answer the question, are we going to devote ourselves in the future to develop deepest values of a human being? Or we will be submitting to the reign of automatic forces that we created. We created them, and we'll just let it go. So we will actually yield our place to other dehumanized eyes, something he calls post-historic man. And then he continues and warns us, saying that the latter choice would lead to gradual loss of thoughts, feelings, creative dare, and finally, the consciousness. What is the reason to establish a settlement? Why aren't we nomads? Well, it's kind of surprising and amusing that at the very beginning of the book, Lewis Mumford says that the primary reason people started to settle, not to travel around, was to raise cattle and grow food, agriculture. And actually for this purpose, they needed manure. So the cities, the settlements were created in order to have sufficient manure, fertilizer, for their booming agriculture. So the main reason to have a settlement in the history was to have food. But Lewis Mumford tries to convince us that even before this need for food, the reason for people to gather in one place, at least from time to time, and to keep coming to the same place, was some other kind of food. Food for thought and food for soul. He claims that people were seeking the purpose of life, the past and the future in the places they were coming to, and creating places, sorts of shrines, sorts of places they could come and spend some time together. And they also were trying to understand sex and birth, death and beyond. So these are three fundamental reasons this cult author believes why we created cities. So what is the modern role of the city? If you look in the role of the city in the past decades or maybe a century, well, it has become above all administrative center. Then it is financial center. Finally, we have economical exchange point. So this is all about living hard things in life. But also, city is a health center, educational center, cultural center, and a center for social life. Now, how does it look like today with all these changes we have, the technology that is coming, the smart cities? Well, my perspective is that with online services, with complete automatization of administration and administrative processes, we actually need to redesign the whole administrative process to the point that maybe we don't need administrative center, not in such physical presence as we have it today in cities. So this role of a city might completely dissolve. The same is for financial center, which has gone online, and software agents will replace us in many financial activities. Anything in business, making contracts, getting together, working, delivering, has gone online a long time ago. Regarding the health, the major part of the health system that we use is diagnostics. Now, with new intra-body devices that will be planted in our body and that will monitor our health status, and all kinds of gadgets that we have to measure our blood pressure, ECG, hormones, whatever, enzymes. Actually, telemedicine can give us a solution. I mean, why would you go to the nearest doctor instead of having the opinion of the best doctor there is? Telemedicine allows this. So why do we actually need to be close to a health center? Especially if we know that for those therapeutic things, which cannot be done locally by some local stuff, we always try to go to the best place, to the best center for surgery or some therapeutic treatment. The same goes also for trauma. So we need health centers, but they not necessarily need to be in the cities. Educational center with online and e-learning, if anything else, then if nothing else, then education needs to be completely rethought and redesigned. The purpose of being physically synchronously present and listen to a lecture. Well, for cultural center and for social life, technology didn't show us how to substitute, how to change, how to redesign. So from these first ideas about a city that was served to us in the middle of the last century or to the end of the last century, these major activities might not longer be the reason we have cities and we want to live in cities. Culture and social life are something that we still need. The problems of the modern city are very well known. It's pollution, it's overhead time that we spend in all sorts of activities, traffic congestions, high pace of life, and dehumanized environment. Pollution in the cities can be very easily solved by electricity. All sorts of heatings and energy transformations that go by burning something, gas or coal or whatever, can be replaced with electricity. The same goes for the cars, which are a major part of our pollution. We don't need to go from place to place to do the things. With online administration and automatization and all sorts of online things, our time moving from one place to another place in the city might be significantly reduced. Traffic congestions, we need new vehicles, new types of public transportation, but also different schedules of moving people around, and again, online and new processes. So this can be solved. High pace of life. People in cities live much faster than people in small towns or villages. And this high pace of life, despite how alluring it is, how attractive it might be, especially to younger people, it no longer proves to be healthy. There is a theoretical physicist, astrophysicist from Croatia, who made her PhD at MIT, and then ended up being a consultant in financing and working in New York. She said, after I enjoyed what New York gives me, it was too tiring for me, and I decided to go to some place which is much quieter and the pace is much slower. And then I said, well, I can do it in Croatia as well. So she moved back here. Many people realize that after a few initial years in a high-pace regime, their body and mind would like to go into something slower. So we don't really see too many arguments that we really need high pace. So we need to rethink the city, and the dehumanized environment also needs rethinking. What did we learn from COVID-19, which might or might not be over yet? Well, random thoughts. First of all, nothing must be the way we are used to. How it was yesterday, how it's now. We sometimes believe the things have to be the way they are, they've always been. No, they don't. All of a sudden, over the night, we change things. Paperless office is possible. All of a sudden, we didn't have to go to sign something. All of a sudden, electronic signature was okay. All of a sudden, we could cut many procedures. Many things were claimed it's not possible, laws don't allow it. All of a sudden, people are finding solutions. So paperless office, cutting the administration, is really possible. Online meetings can be as useless as live meetings. We have seen it. We've experienced this all in the past months. But at least we don't waste time traveling to them. So meeting needs to be also redefined, and we have to know how and when to use the meetings. One thing that we have also learned and reported, I'm very active in this area, is that just moving lectures to online doesn't actually improve learning experience. And there is a new term coined today. It's called not online teaching, but emergency teaching or emergency online teaching. And all people that are proficient and specialized in using technology in education agree that what we have today is no type of new learning, new teaching, and didn't bring much quality. So just mechanically applying technology, substituting online lecture for live lecture doesn't actually do the job. And we also seen that we don't have to go to doctors as often as we thought we need or we used to go. So in conclusion about cities, what can we say? The world does change, and we can't stop it or control it. The change, we have created automated forces, and they simply go. People are resisting 5G technology. It's futile, because they who tried to reject it, they actually want to use it. Because they use 4G and they use 3G, and they want it, and they cannot stop using mobile phones. But right now they're trying to pose 5G. They can't, they won't. My opinion is that COVID-19 was just a very mild exercise created by gods as a laboratory exercise for humankind to see, are we able to organize in order to survive something more difficult? Imagine that this virus is not attacking elderly and weak, but is attacking just anybody randomly, is very deadly, and actually acts very quickly. Or imagine that the only thing that it does, that we become no longer fertile, we cannot have children. What would we do? How would we live? People object wearing masks, and people are very excited because they have to be at home. It's so difficult. It's a very mild exercise. And smart people would think about possible futures that could come and be much, much worse, and how we prepare for this. From my point of view, it is certain that we will not get away with substitutes like lectures, online lecture versus live lecture, and enhancement. Instead, we need thorough redesign. Actually, we need rethinking of everything we do, everything we use, including cities, which are main tool, but also synonym for the modern living. So wouldn't it be nicer to do this rethinking and redesign now at a slow pace, carefully, thinking, discussing, testing, modeling, rather than abruptly and under pressure, like this small exercise called COVID-19 has dared us to do? Who wants to lead the way? Do you? Because as Manfred Lewis says, we are at the crossroads. If we continue our submission to the reign of automatic forces which we launched ourselves, it will lead us to gradual loss of thoughts, feelings, creative dare, and finally, the consciousness. And some food for thought. Is rethinking of cities more important for small cities or big cities? Is it more important for small nations or big nations? Is it more important for rich or poor, for inhabitants of villages or inhabitants of cities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Predrag. I don't know if you had a chance to maybe catch the previous, the kind of keynote panel, but definitely you give a much more sort of philosophical take. They were very much focused on these practical issues of technology, but certainly I hope we'll have a chance to discuss your presentation a little bit later. But we're on a tight schedule, so next I would like to invite Vjeran Pavlakovic, who also will talk about this theme of the city and digital transformation. Vjeran from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Scientists at the Social Science at the University of Rijeka. Also a good friend of mine. So Vjeran, your topic, using digital humanities to study Rijeka's cultural heritage. So please take it away. And I know you'll have some good slides with a lot of monuments. I know that, that's for sure.
Oh, guilty as charged. Now, I did promise some.
There we go.
Digital humanities, yeah, in the title, but I'm going to focus more on Rijeka's cultural heritage. In fact, thank you, Andre, for inviting me, and hello to all the panelists for a very interesting, very interdisciplinary presentation. So now you're going to get a little bit more of a history sort of take on these things, even though I will touch on digital humanities. But I wanted also actually to thank Alan, and so the story is really about our cooperation and working with Andre and Alan. And this first slide is in, so it's, I mean, I guess it is a city, it's an urban environment, it's Tres, the city of Tres, and it's from a summer school that we have had organized for 6 years on transitional justice and the politics of memory. And here we see students walking by. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the projects that I've been involved in analyzing Rijeka's cultural heritage, and maybe try to tie it in also, maybe not as in such a sophisticated way with the smart cities, but maybe there is some overlap. And what I'm working on, and what I work on a lot, is this idea of cultural memory, sites of memory. I have this project as part of Rijeka 2020 called Memoryscapes. And in discussion and working in the last couple of years with some colleagues, and I'll show you in a few slides what we're actually working on. You know, what is Memoryscape? And mostly for what I've worked on in the past are memory sites that exist. So these are monuments, public areas, parks, memorial museums, and so on. But I think, you know, there are other kinds of memoryscapes. Some are those that are no longer there. So these erased memory sites. A place like Rijeka has a number of them. Memorials that were built during the Italian period, for example. And a third one could also be these future utopian memoryscapes. I didn't have a chance to put some slides, but for example, in Rijeka, they've been talking about this place called Porto Baros, which is a redesign of this futuristic apartments and public space, which will it ever be realized? I don't know, due to investments, but it's something that exists as a potential one. So these memoryscapes can be ones that are there, that used to be there, or that are coming to the future. So again, back to this summer school, and why am I you know, referring to the Tres summer school, is because during this summer school is when I really started working with students and guiding them through space. And we would walk along, showing them various well, historical memorials and other parts of the city as part of just learning about a city. And some are just historical from centuries, like this palace and the museum. And other ones are, let's say, graffiti, like the Tito graffiti that you can still see on a number of building sites. So as you know, walking around, it was very interesting to see people respond and learn about the place where they are. And the content of the summer school, as you saw from the last slide, transitional justice. So we're talking, it's comparative, it's global. It doesn't necessarily have something to do with Tres, but I think the fact that we took the students that were very international, they learned quite a bit. And then we upped it a little bit even more, and part of the summer school was always a trip to Rijeka as well. And I think both Alan and Andre also joined us on at least in a couple of these adventures, and these are a little bit more ambitious. And we also had students prepare presentations about these various sites of memory. So they even got more excited about it. They had to learn something, even though some, these students from the US are now preparing a presentation about a little microsite in Rijeka. It was actually pretty interesting to see how they would react and respond. But just to give you an idea of the background, and then, so here's where the digital humanities sort of comes in. And this is a project I've been working on with a professor from University of British Columbia, Okanagan, Brigitte Lenormand, and along with a number of Rijeka historians, but also an international team, some architects. And this is sort of a brainchild of a number of projects converging, and it was the idea to make an interactive map. And there's many of these, so this is not anything really revolutionary. But what is, I think, is an added value to this is that students themselves were involved in helping identify these sites of memory. And some are political, but there's cultural ones, there's educational ones, ones that exist, ones that are erased. And our big sort of promotional campaign was supposed to be now during Rijeka 2020. And again, because of the current pandemic and the crisis, this has all been put on hold. But the idea was to create an app for the phone and to allow visitors coming to Rijeka from all over the world to choose various paths and to travel around Rijeka. Maybe they were interested in World War II heritage, maybe they were interested in schools or whatever, and you could really fine-tune your interests, and you had a menu to choose from. For example, I was preparing a tour about hidden Rijeka, sites that were no longer there. And more broadly, as you know, this project is just one element of a bigger question, is also how do we use Rijeka's memoryscapes for cultural tourism? And you know, some of these slides are now almost well, moot because of the current situation, but I've been thinking about this for the last couple of years, and Rijeka does have a very interesting 20th century, very many layers. Some of it, you know, not necessarily, how should I say, not just pleasant memories, but also this darker memories. I mean, Rijeka's had a rather traumatic and dynamic 20th century. Many borders, many wars, many transformations, many ideologies. It's these very many layers. And thinking of how to you know, make money off it, or how to offer it for tourism. And there's an entire branch of tourism, whether it's called dark tourism, but others call it remembrance tourism or war tourism. There's different names. And I think Rijeka is a perfect example of how to offer something, because Rijeka is not known for its beaches necessarily, but it does have a very rich cultural heritage. And so here's just a slide I also use with students, a little bit more, you know, theoretical. What is this dark tourism? And there's, you know, some ethical issues to it about going to, let's say, Auschwitz or other memorial sites. Also promotional and marketing issues. How do you make a place like this attractive? You know, there's interpretation. Was this the darkest time? Was it the best time? Specifically for Rijeka, it's the socialist or communist period. How is that presented? And so on. So I'll just go through a few of these more controversial aspects of Rijeka, which I think that could serve as the foundation for developing this cultural heritage, but I think it's also useful for the citizens of Rijeka as well. And this is something as I said, I worked with this with my students as well. And I don't know how familiar people are with Gabriele D'Annunzio, a warrior poet. He occupied Rijeka in 1919. For Italians, this was you know, the Festival of Revolution. It was this time of celebration, experimental politics. But for many Slavs and non-Italians, or even opponents of D'Annunzio, this was a time of well, repression. We can even say maybe terror, expulsion. So it's a complex way of dealing with the past. And last year was the 100th anniversary of his entry, and there was some controversy in Trieste, for example. This monument was set up, which shows him not as a warrior, but as the poet. But the date they chose was problematic. They unveiled it on the 12th of September. And then there was also some interventions in Rijeka itself. So there's definitely a lot of material to work with, a lot of controversies as well. So it's not so easy to make use of all of this Rijeka's heritage. And Rijeka, for many years, was a divided city. It was the border between the Kingdom of Yugoslavia and the Kingdom of Italy after World War, well, after the Nunzio moment. This bridge was the border. Today, Rijeka and Sušak, the neighboring city, are one city, but you know, we can still see the river as a kind of border. And even at the museum, there's a big exhibition now about borders. And there's a lot of material left over from this divided line. For example, there was numerous trenches and a series of bunkers built by the Italians, also some Yugoslavs as well, but mostly the Italians, where the border used to be. And what to do with this heritage? There's many, many, well, kilometers of trenches and these bunkers stretching all the way up through Slovenia, in fact. And one example of a positive way to do it, I think, is this walk of peace the Slovenians did in the Socha Valley, where they're based around the Kobariv Museum. So using war and memory and this trauma, not to pump up nationalism or focus on or glorify war, but really to focus on the peace aspects of it. And I think the Slovenes have done a very nice job. And there is a global interest in monumental tourism as well. For example, here's from Manchester, you can walk around and using digital tools, the monuments actually speak to you. So you can use the QR code and get some narratives and stories based on the various monuments. So this was some inspiration for what we've been doing. And maybe some of you have seen or heard about this, especially these larger Yugoslav memorials, the Socialist Modernist. This was built by a friend of mine, Donald Niebel, who's not a historian or an architect. He's actually works on a bird reserve in Missouri, but was fascinated by these monuments and created a very interesting database, and it allows you to get all kinds of information about it. And in fact, the two of us were hired to prepare a cultural heritage route based on these World War II museums by something called the Regional Cooperation Council. It's based in Sarajevo, and we prepared some studies for them, and I'm not quite sure what stage this proposal is at, but here's just maybe an aside about dealing with European funding. So because it was Western Balkans, it was ex-Yugoslavia plus Albania minus Croatia and Slovenia. And it's a real shame because a lot of these monuments, you can't really just take Croatia out of it. For example, Bogdanović had a number of important monuments in Croatia, for example, in Jasenovac, the most famous one, and in Vukovar. But again, just to show you that there is an interest in this cultural heritage. Rijeka's cultural heritage is not maybe as dramatic, but there are a few sites around the city. And just to give you an example of some of the approaches we took in preparing our app, or what this app would offer, in addition to guiding you through the city. I mean, the photos I have are not that amazing, but we wanted to also offer tools for maybe future research. So here's just one example. This is this former dividing line. It's Titov Trg, which is now a symbol of the unified city of Rijeka with this victory monument. And we went into the history of a lot of these sites. So for example, I went into the archive, I dug up the documents where they ordered the building of the monument. You can see the plans, the sketches. There were even some one architect sued the veterans organization because he felt that he should have gotten the bid. And then there was in the newspapers, there was a raising of the money for this memorial. So there's a lot of history also involved, and looking at the daily newspapers and seeing how they represented and built and prepared for a memory site, and then the big commemoration for its unveiling. They were even recreating the Battle of Rijeka in 1955. So 10 years after the liberation, they actually had this like tanks and smoke bombs and things. So it's actually quite an interesting moment. And ideally, you would be able to almost travel in time to go to these sites. Now, as I said, my particular photos aren't that dramatic. I don't think anyone would feel like they're traveling in time by seeing some of these newspaper articles, but it was the hope. Am I running out of time? Andre, how much do I have? Should I wrap up? Is that
Yeah, please do. We are kind of running short.
Okay. Well, then I'll just wrap up here with the final site that's not in the city, but I think is an example of good practices, and it's LIPA Remembers, and they use also very interactive features for a museum to learn about a difficult past. So anyway, that's thanks for your attention. I'll stop right there.
Thank you, Vieran. And I think, this speaks a little bit to what Predrag was saying. Cities losing some of their administrative, economic functions, but maybe, this kind of depository of historical memory, culture, heritage is something that kind of speaks to what he was saying, talking about. But as much as we'd love to go over those themes, we have to keep moving. So I'd like to present our last speaker today, last but not least, obviously, Kurt Bassenauer of St. Andrews University. And we can't have a discussion without bringing up Donald Trump in this world, unfortunately. So Kurt, I'm teasing him a bit. No, but a very interesting article I read recently. So he'll give us, I guess, a take on this. Polarization for power and profit, Balkan echoes of Trump's politics. So Kurt, please take it away.
Oh, thank you, Andre. And yeah, no, I don't mean to give anybody repetitive trauma. But my presentation is going to be very brief. I don't have anything to show you, but I think you've seen enough imagery and heard enough already that you don't need to populate it with images. I'll start. This is based on an essay that I published about 2 weeks ago, and I was asked to make the basis of my presentation today. Prior to coming here to complete my PhD in St. Andrews, which I'm just doing now, I had been resident in the region in Sarajevo for 11 years, and been working on the area professionally, really for more than 20. So the origins of this discussion are really that over the past 4 years, I have really thought that I had been working on something that was an esoteric sort of knowledge that was very interesting and important, but not necessarily applicable beyond. And yet, looking from afar at my own country, being able to see, hey, wait, I've seen these phenomena before, and they continue to be played out. And there was a quote by a woman interviewed in North Omaha, which is a predominantly African-American section of Omaha, Nebraska. And she was quoted on National Public Radio saying, "There's nothing scarier than scared white people." And that struck me as very true. This happened right after a self-defense shooting of a man named James Scurlock there, after the killing of George Floyd and the resultant protests and riots in some places that followed, and the social movement that snowballed thereafter. And that struck me as there's been nothing more profitable to President Donald Trump, both politically profitable but also financially profitable, than scared white people. That's basically what he built his campaign around, and maintaining that fear machine is what's helped keep him afloat. He rode this resentment wave of resentment and fear to the White House, and keeping it aggravated is what keeps him propelled forward. So while what's happening in the United States obviously is built around American political contours, our specific history of slavery beginning 401 years ago, and when first slaves were brought to the United States in 1619, it is having global echoes, as we saw here in Britain with the pulling down of the statue in Bristol Harbor, and the solidarity protests, but more than solidarity protests against racial injustice in France, in Australia, elsewhere. What struck me, while things are quite volatile in the United States, and the dangerous potential is very serious, because we're a very heavily armed population, and unlike other heavily armed populations, like I would say in Bosnia, which may, in some cases, may be better armed per capita than many areas in the United States. Weapons aren't fetishized there the way they're fetishized in the United States by a certain segment of our population. Polarization is not incidental to the sort of politics that Donald Trump drives. It's absolutely essential for his political survival. So what I wanted to do, and when I drafted the article, was to try to draw some parallels between the sort of types of behavior that I had seen and worked, seen in real time, but also in retrospect in the former Yugoslavia, and the kind of activity that Donald Trump has engaged in, and those who have supported him have engaged in subsequently. So much of this will become very familiar to you, because, and I'm sure that a lot of the observations I have are probably old hat, or at least very familiar to you, because you've lived it and watched it in real time as well. Central to what I think helped propel Trump to the presidency is a snappy word that the Ottomans left behind, but is a human emotion, inat. So I think inat politics of this sense of resentment, stifled entitlement, is really what propelled Donald Trump to the presidency. You see it in the terms rolling coal. I don't know if you're familiar with this, of making sure that your car burns enough smoke that it pisses off the people who are environmentalists just to show you can. Triggering owning the libs. These are manifestations of inat. We don't use the term in the United States or in English, but that's definitely what's going on. The irritation, anger, fear, and frustration of your audience or the people that you're injuring is its own reward, even if it hurts you at the same time. There's also an ambient fear in much of the white population that there's a comeuppance coming, and this is something that a reckoning. Fear of a reckoning for what has been done in the past, either directly by one's generation or generations past, has been in human history a constant worry, and used as a mobilization, as a binding agent among peoples. You saw this in Germany in 1945 as the Red Army approached Berlin. You see Milorad Dodik in Republika Srpska and Bosnia-Herzegovina talk about, well, we can never really live in a common state with the Bosniaks because of their constant thirst for revenge. Of course, he doesn't say what that revenge would be for, but he doesn't need to. That green transversal theory of a Balkan contiguity of Muslim populations was one that was used from the 1980s on. It was still used just last year on Serbian television as something as a point of concern. And as we saw with Anders Breivik in Norway, but also with the Christchurch shooter, Balkan tropes and nationalisms have global resonance among the far right and identitarians. They go back into that toy box and take what they like, with this Remove Kebab song, which is Marsh na Drinu. And so fears of waning white dominance in the United States was what the subtext of Make America Great Again. Maybe not for every ear that heard it, but certainly for many ears that heard it. That was part of the point. And so I think you see this innate impulse in the original date that was chosen for Trump's Tulsa speech, which was last Saturday, but was originally supposed to be on June 19th, which was the day that the Union Army finally reached Galveston in southeastern Texas on the Gulf Coast, and announced to the enslaved population that they were now free. Celebrated by African Americans as a day now much more broadly in the United States. This is something that has become broad in my own lifetime. I'm just about to turn 50. I think the timing of that speech being given on that date in that location in Tulsa, which was the largest racial pogrom in American history 99 years ago, was not incidental. It was almost certainly designed to send the message to anybody who wanted to hear it that Black lives do not matter. I think that was and that was heard by that constituency. So calculated polarization to maintain power is something that it's not unique to former Yugoslavia, but it's something that's still being pursued in much of that territory. It's part of the lifeblood of politics, is to maintain homogenization to continue to drive fear, and to allow for-profit politics of patronage. And that some of the previous presentations, particularly the one by Dražen on the for-profit element of politics, but also going back to you, Velibor, on how this is done at the local level, I think there was a lot of resonance with me. I don't want to beat this to death because I have a number of other examples, but I'll try to come with one where I think we saw this in real time, and it's a relatively good news story. It's certainly a good news story in its own context, which was in Macedonia. There were two efforts to generate ethnic conflict by the Gruevski regime. First in 2015 in Kumanovo, where there was a still very murky firefight between security forces and Albanian militants. Nobody believes the official version that they were this was some sort of greater Albanian conspiracy to destabilize the state. It happened just days before a large opposition gathering was supposed to happen in Skopje. The second instance in 2017 was the attack in the parliament, in the Sobranje, by patriotic people against the emplacement, the election of the speaker, who would be an Albanian. And it was they attacked Zoran Zaev, but they also beat one of the Albanian opposition leaders damn near to death, Ziadin Sela. I think the intent was clear, was to be able to declare a state of emergency and hopefully prompt an ethnic Albanian violent response, which didn't come. And it was then that the jig was finally up, and there was pressure strongly applied for the government to step down and to allow the formation of an opposition majority. So ethnic polarization can go that far. And I think what we've seen in the so-called Battle of Lafayette Square, when violence was used against peaceful demonstrators to clear the square in front of the White House for Trump's photo op, demonstrated that there were really no limits to the level of how far this government would go to maintain power, the attempt to militarize the response, which was unprecedented, certainly in my lifetime. And I think since I wrote the article, we've seen the extent that these limits are being produced in the judicial sector as well. There are elements of that we've seen in abuse of power to this day. I would say in the Western Balkans. One of the most, to bring it to the COVID-19 era that we're in, we've seen the abuse of power in terms of the use of political patronage in seizing funds that are given as aid. There's the infamous case of the raspberry farmer who's connected to the ruling Party of Democratic Action, SDA, to be able to get a concession to import these ventilators at an insanely inflated price. On the other end of the spectrum, in terms of how much money we're talking about, we've seen the U.S. Treasury Department not want to disclose more than $500 billion in aid that has been dispersed, with Secretary Mnuchin saying this is proprietary information. Well, it's proprietary to us as taxpayers. We're the proprietors. It's our money. So in both cases, fear of accountability is evidently absent by the people who are exercising power, and patronage is surely present in that distribution. So I think you see on Fox News, which is effectively Trump television, though he does give evidence that it's not as loyal as he wants it to be in terms of propounding his line. Occasionally you do hear some other views. There are people who are trying to not only speak to his constituency to rile them up, make them scared, make them afraid that people are coming for them. And Tucker Carlson is probably the most evident of these people. But also an effort to speak directly to the president, because they know he watches, to try to buck him up and to make him more recalcitrant, less soft than some of these people have seen him in being, in terms of not being as forceful against protesters as they would hope he would be, because he's created a circle of interest that is attached to him personally. So I'll leave it with that. I mean, that's quite disjointed. But I'll close with the fact General Mattis, the former Secretary of Defense, who finally came out and said something after that attack on protesters in Lafayette Square, he observed that the president never tried to unite the American people. And that's true, but he never could to begin with. So dividing them by design has always been absolutely essential to his political ethos. And he can only breathe the air in the noxious air of a divided, paranoid society that he can control and keep everybody in their boxes. We do see now an unprecedented level of civic unity. We don't know how deep it is, but when 69% of the people in a Reuters poll have said that they support nonviolent Black Lives Matter protests, 82% saying they're against chokeholds of the kind that have killed numerous Black protesters, but over the years. But George Floyd was suffocated. That's your gap between that you have to try to close to come up with a supermajority for a civic consensus, a new social contract based on different rules. Because right now, that's broken down into a much more narrowly divided society. And that's one that electorally, unfortunately, the United States can control. So I'll leave it at that. I'm open to any questions. I'm sorry if this came off as more scattershot than I need. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Kurt. No, I mean, it was very prescient and very on point. And I think you've coined the politics of ENUT. The audience that'll understand it is very small, unfortunately, right? So, but I don't know, maybe politics of spite or what have you. So, my friends, unfortunately, since we had so many presenters, we've run out of time. But I suggest that maybe we can stick around for 10 minutes more to take some questions. I certainly have some questions, but I want to give the opportunity to our audience. So if you have questions, please raise your hands. And I know that Petar Popovic, professor from Faculty of Political Science in Zagreb, who I've lectured to his students, had the pleasure. I'm going to put Predrag in as one of the panelists so we can see him. He said that he had a question. So Predrag, are you still, I'm sorry, Petar Popovic, are you still there? Did I put him in? No, I put in somebody else. Sorry, bear with me. There he is. There we go. Petar, jesi tu? Okay, he's here.
Somewhere in the cyberspace.
He said he had a question.
We hear you,
Evo ga. Greetings.
Hello. Hello. Greetings.
He had
Okay,
a
can I start
question
with the
for
question?
Predrag.
Yes, for Predrag, yes. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists. This was really an interesting afternoon in my workspace. My question for Predrag, thank you, very stimulating approach to, I think, the most important question of our generation, what to do with the big cities and how to rethink them, especially your last comment on God's punishment with COVID. It reminds me of that old saying that God created the village and man created the city. I wanted to ask you talking about Mumford and his famous book, which you mentioned. At the beginning, he clearly defines the distinction between primordial prototype, between the difference between the village and the city. Village being pluralistic, city hierarchical. In a sense, village having household gods. In a city, there is a ruler, monarch living in a ziggurat, and he is God himself. In Spenglerian terms, village is representing culture, and city is representing civilization, because these are not two same terms, despite of what Samuel Huntington claims. And in essence, village is inherently democratic by nature. City is imperialistic by nature. So in this day and age, in this epoch, in this zeitgeist, when we live in a global civil society with unprecedented technological consumerist progress, with these mega cities running it in the world, from the political perspective, where is the republic, and can we politically at all rethink the city? That would be, I mean, I don't expect to have a short answer, but you know, just if we are rethinking, then you know, these are some questions that have been bugging me in my own work. So that's what I wanted to ask.
I can only say a good question. Well, I don't have absolutely any political competence. I'm just a technologist, and I'm getting slowly, intensively, and growingly annoyed by people who, again, are not technologists, but believe that technology will solve problems which are not technological problems. And this is what actually is bugging me, seeing that people believe I don't have time and willingness and competence to deal with the problem, so let's use technology to solve it instead of me. For instance, artificial intelligence or whatever, or a smart city. No, it won't. And I just wanted to, with this short presentation, I just wanted to remember us that we cannot endlessly improve things or fix things. We come to the point, and I think we are at the point, to rethink the society. And the city, as you pointed out, is a symbol of imperialism, symbol of republic, of ruling other people. And I think we need to rethink what we actually want to do with ourselves, and then what kind of city do we need.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, do we have any questions from our audience? Well, if not, I'll take my prerogative as the chair. One of the few benefits of being chair, of course, you get to listen to all of these presentations, but just to tie maybe the first three or the first two and the last presentation together. So when I first met Dražen long ago, you know, one of the things I was very much impressed with Gong was that there was a very, very strong commitment and programs within the NGO to foster public education around civic issues. And I remember the big thing was the EU, right? And explaining to people, what does it mean in very kind of concrete terms. And, you know, starting with Velibor's presentation, and also, you know, speaking to Kurt's, is that what we've had is, you know, this kind of hollowing out of democracy because there is no real kind of public knowledge, right? You know, they get away with all of these things in terms of non-transparency, in terms of the way budgets can be manipulated, in terms of the way they can just blatantly ignore even, you know, using PDFs to get around, you know, public transparency issues. Really, because there's no demand in the public, right? If there was a demand in the public, that would be there. The same with, you know, Trump, right? People submit to the politics of ENOT because they don't have the capabilities to act, you know, as agents kind of constructively because they're not taught. So maybe if you guys can speak to that issue, and maybe Dražen as well, I'm curious if your organization is continuing these efforts at this kind of public education and outreach, because I see this as really, you know, our crisis of, you know, Western democracy, rise of populism. I think the root of it is a stupider, you know, public. You know, there's a movie, it's quite a silly one, Idiocracy, but a lot of this is true. People really, they don't know kind of the basics about what their rights are, what their governments, you know, how they function. You know, some of these issues completely speak over their heads. So do you guys see, especially, you know, Dražen and Velibor, you know, you were speaking to very kind of complex technical issues. Do you see that those as being something we can educate the public about? And for Kurt, you know, if I could just make a comment, I mean, I think you're onto something with this politics of ENOT. But for me, it almost seems like the ENOT is Trump's, you know, his personal one. I think he's different from maybe some of these Balkan politicians that they kind of very intentionally divide, where I think that Trump is kind of, you know, his real audience that he wants to be loved is these kind of, you know, elites, right? The Hollywood elites that are never going to love him because he's a charlatan, right? So his politics of ENOT is maybe a much less calculating one, at least maybe if you guys would comment on those. So maybe Dražen, you can start with this Gong outreach, and maybe Velibor, you can talk about these kind of complex issues, and do you see them as being something that publics can absorb and can be taught to publics? And then Kurt, maybe we can have a little, to close, debate on Trump.
Thank you, Andre. Yes, Gong is ongoingly conducting an education program that we call the Education for Civic Literacy, which consists of 3 modules: political literacy, media literacy, and EU literacy. And during these education modules, which are mainly aimed at teachers, who in turn serve as multipliers in teaching civic education, we try to present, as to the best of our abilities, balanced and first and foremost a critical perspective on the media system, on representative democracy, and on the EU, which is, I think, something that we sort of, I won't say that we're unique in this respect, but I think that perspective of the EU that avoids the topics such as the democratic deficit of the EU or the constrainedness of the EU between forces of populist politics and technocratic managerialism are sort of avoiding the main issues. So the response by teachers to these seminars is often very positive and almost they're almost always on the same side that this is something that they need more of, that this is an accurate and balanced depiction of political processes in Croatia and the EU, that they grew to understand something more, that things are much more complex than their preconceived notions. At the same time, we have the problem of reaching out further, or we feel like we're preaching to the choir quite a bit of the time, because as receptive as these teachers are to our ideas, which is again key because they serve as multipliers through civic education, the average citizen or the average voter, we feel, lives under much too much of a layer of disillusionment with democratic politics to even be much of a receptive listener to our messages. So I wouldn't take the direction of calling it a dumbed down audience, democratic audience. I feel like it's an exasperated democratic audience, people who are really fed up with the perceived filth of daily politics and really feel the need to shut down into their private spheres. And I think this impulse is actually one of the major successes of bad faith politics in any way you wish to conduct it, because when you shut out people's ideas that participation matters, then you've created non-participants and effectively have very, very little boundaries to your rule. I would like to thank Andre for giving me this brilliant, what should I call it, Schlagwort, that democratic civic culture is, in market terms, a demand for democratic competence. This is actually a very good frame of thinking. We really need to get more of this demand because we feel like ourselves and our partner organizations can supply it should there be more space for the expansion of this. So yeah, civic education continues to be one of our core programs, despite all the hardships it's encountering. In fact, just today might be a turning point for the city of Zagreb, but I won't jinx it, more in the days to come.
All right, yeah. Velibor, maybe if you could comment.
No, of course. Well, due to my background as a university professor, you know that they were always kidding late Milton Friedman that he sees money in everything. So I see education in everything. And I would agree with Rajan. It's education, stupid. To again quote pop, our famous pop culture reference. What we have found that is significant in our research is actually a political competition. Winning margin, the level of participation, as well as whether candidates on local elections are in coalition or are they just acting solely as incumbents. So if we are now looking from the demand side, the demand side rests firmly on education or lack of education. I think what our goal is, us being professors and everybody else who is working education and economics, is to try to convince again public that ideology does matter. In Croatia, you often hear that ideology is something that is not important, but it is. Economic policy, as all other public policies, is not neutral, and our values and our ideologies do matter. So I think what we lack currently, civic education in schools, but I think what we also lack is a bit of, I think the best term to describe it is political economy literacy, in a sense that you do need to understand what does neoliberal economic policy means, what does Christian democratic economic policy means, and what does social democratic policy mean. Once you know that, then you can firmly establish the difference in your eyes, depending on the ideology that you believe in. Where is that fine line between state intervention and market allocation? Then you acknowledge that you do need to have a state, but on the size of the state we can debate on. Once we firmly establish that, then the ideology is back in, and then we can ask from our political parties or from incumbents that are already in position to adjust the scope and the size of the state. But without that, then we shouldn't be that surprised that there is a lack of political participation by the young. You always tell them the same thing: ideology doesn't matter, ideology doesn't matter. Economics, you only have one solution for you. Although that solution clearly changed in the last 10 years from one crisis to the other. But this is something that we need to do. We need to continuously work on educating the young. I think that a famous Croatian, not just a musician, I would say an artist, Arsen Dedic, said, we should leave everything to the youth, including the sickness. So if you're going to leave them also the sickness, we should also leave them the knowledge. That would be from me today.
Thank you, Velibor. Very, very, very aptly said. And Kurt.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. No. I'll try to wrap up very briefly. I think Trump knows exactly what he's doing. I mean, I don't think that this is incidental to him at all. I mean, he may not have thought of all the angles, but he knows when he resonates, and he knows that when his id speaks, he gets an echo, and he's seen that a lot. But he didn't come from outer space. He's been, he's built on the wreckage of policy choices that were made for 30 plus years, and a vacation from values. Let's call it straight. We presumed a lot of these were on autopilot because we had found the formula, particularly after 1989. And so I think that we've seen that come a cropper in the Western Balkans, which is my main area of focus. But I think it's hit the wall a lot of other places too. So I'll echo what Velibor said about ideology, or values, maybe is what I would say matter. What sort of social contract do you want? We're finally having that discussion right now, and it could go straight to hell too. But at least the initial resonance that everybody recognizes that something is wrong and it can't go on this way is a potential positive that's as yet an unrealized.
Well, thank you very much. So guys, I think unfortunately all good things come to an end, and I don't know if okay, I just see a message from our President Alan Unger, who doesn't want to take the limelight, but does want to thank everybody, as I do, and our audience that's still here with us. And so thank you guys for a great panel, for making the time. I know you all are very busy, and let's all keep in touch with all of our programs, and especially to Velibor and Kurt, who aren't as familiar with us. We look forward to also reaching out and working with you guys in the future. So with that, I'll let you guys get back to your Thursday afternoons, early evenings. Okay, take care, and thanks very much, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Andrei. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.